に行くわけじゃない。あれが本当に生きてるかどうか確かめに行くんだ。
Sometimes when you leave the theater, like with that feeling, like fuck, I missed it already, and you want to like watch it again.
I wish I was in it.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Wither away in that comfortable place where I stay. Barely awake as I sleepwalk my way through the day. Don't ask how I've been if you run into me, it's so fake. First it's all quite piss poor and that's not the answer that you need. I've lost my appetite for the bait. Time after time it's a waste. Lost my appetite for what you time after time can ever say. Not a care for the convo, I'm up in my head, I'm in space. Floating alone, it's the one place I feel incredibly unsafe. This heavy heart that beats in me will weigh me down a full 6 feet. If not these 750 milliliters, one for each of the secrets that I keep. Could you turn it down? Turn it down. It's all too loud. June turned me into a shell. Inhale, God. 6-year exhale. Left a residual cell. Scraps of compassion. Missing in action. No care for the convo. I'm in space. Floating alone, incredibly unsafe.
Anyway, I truly feel that
Damn it.
oh, keep going. Anyway. Do I miss you or a memory? Someone or something I couldn't call it. Is it your smile in the morning? Or just the prime of our 20s? I shouldn't bother. I'm just searching for a feeling, and maybe it's past and I can't grasp it. A moment set somewhere in between where we met and where we left it. Almost as if every passing bird flies directly through our shadow. I really shouldn't. Where you at now? Did you save the 10,000? find a passion, alleviate some pressure? Have you got any new friends? Did you find a new man yet? Does he treat you special? I hope he treats you better than I did. In a hoodie, in a backyard somewhere, we were talking. And your eyes all sparkly, got me nervous. Not a clue as to what it would be. Now you're leaving. Few years flew past you, and you worried. Didn't quite work out just like you wanted. Now packing your things in your car. And I'm still searching for that feeling. And maybe it's past and I can't grasp it. A moment set somewhere in between two moments I described it. And now that another bird has passed, I'm stuck thinking not of her but of you. I couldn't help it.
Hey, don't move on my toe. Back. Still got a light, or just have a glass of peanut butter?
Oh, yeah, you said we could. Give me his last name, bitch. This looks so awesome. Oh my god. I love you, Grandma. Look, this is amazing. Get your fucking hands.
Okay.
Meter low, hanging low. I'm on empty, headed home. I'll make it home. I guess I'm okay. I don't know. No, I'm not sure. I wasn't thinking about you. But the piano roll had me feeling cold with memories of you. Yeah, we were younger. I was struggling. We were good, standing still, right beside me. You were good to me. I couldn't say the same
we laid the blame to waste by the wayside. You went away. Took the good times, took the bad times, let them breathe. Left in the wake, the space. There's a question and an answer and a worry in the middle. There was a promise of forever and a wishful intention. What a world it would be if we all made out like the books we read, all the films we see. It's a travesty. As the moon drifts by with the shifting tides, and you're lost in life, so the love floats into the ether. And there was something that you heard and heard, and despite your parents, you placed your bet on love. Said you're pretty, but you drink too much. You've got a head on your shoulders and it's good enough, but something broke you. I said I'm sorry, and it's well in advance, but I will hurt you more than anybody has. Yeah, it's a shirt thing. Oh, is it a shirt thing? She said I know that you didn't know back then, getting all that you should know by now. Never was about the pain you held, not in the way that you shut me out, not in the way that you hate yourself, or all the ways that you let me know it was that you and I, we were on our way. Kind of feeling that was unexplained, and you still feel like it felt back then. It's what you tell me when nobody's listening, and you ain't happy where you're at right now. Talked about it for a couple hours. Change in the past few years, a couple deaths and a few relationships, a little older and a little scared of making all the same mistakes I made. You said you're weary because you think too much. You've got a mind of your own, it's free enough, but it'll drain you. I know you're sorry, and it's right on time, cause you told me what would happen if I stuck around. I know you warned me.
Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Oh, happy Monday. Hello. Happy Monday. What's up, everybody? I hope we're doing good. What's the deal? What's poppin'? What's the vibe? What's the vibe? Hi? Word. Is that your word for the day? If you had to describe the way you're feeling right now with one word, not today in general, not in life in general, but like right now at this very second, it would be that? Would it be that? Mine would be spacey. A little spacey. Happy Monday, and if it's not happy, at least it's over. True. It's only Monday for another 13 minutes. Relaxed. Love that for you. Hillary is making the Bay Area humid, and now I'm mad. Dude, Hillary was kind of a punk ass bitch and didn't come fucking see me. I was ready. I was fucking ready. I was ready. I was like, come see me, Hillary. And she said, I'm good. She went around me. She went around me. But what's everybody else's word? What's going on? Baboom? Is that your word, Frankenstein? Chill. Love that for you. Let me say hi to everybody. What's up, Anarchist Tech Support? What's up, Rain Storm? Hillary fears tofu? I mean, and for good reason. What's up, Classic Banana Milk? What's up, Sidewalk Connoisseur? What's up, Frankenstein? What's up, Maxilla for real? What's up, Tech Tink? Catch me outside. I was outside. I was ready. What's up, Mixed Secular? What's up, Hapsley? What's up, Stoudman? What's up, Joint Specialist? What's up, Achado? What's up, Holly Ari Jack? What's up, Proletaire? Fancy seeing you at this hour. Proletaire, your post was hilarious. Or at least the backlash to your post was fucking hilarious. What's up, Achado? What's up, Tech Tink? What's up, Mixtech? Did I say hi to everybody? NRG, hello. What's up, Vexing Thoughts? What's up, Mikhail W? Who else? Who else is in here? Who did I say? Who did I not say hi to? What's up, Punky Gal? What's up, Whimsical Logic? What's up, Pajama Jamma? Who else? World Trade Center Vaporwave Mix 2nd Edition VHS Archive on a Monday? I'm down. My friend's clothing store in Southgate flooded because of Hillary reigns? Oh, that fucking sucks. Okay, that fucking sucks. There was like... I hope they're able to get that figured out. Or, like, you know, I hope too much damage wasn't done to the property or whatever. But, I said that Hillary didn't come around, as in I was like, you know, fully expecting like a you know, one of the bigger storms I've ever experienced here in Los Angeles, and the eye of the storm, literally, apparently the eye of the storm went straight over straight over Los Angeles, and we were just like, it was just like, you know, it was just like pretty rainy, and kind of windy. You know, I went out to the marijuana store today, and there was just like palms, you know, like from all the like trees and stuff, like lots of branches just like in the gutters, but it wasn't that crazy. Certain areas had little flash flooding, like in Southgate apparently, which sucks, but it wasn't like crazy at all. Tofu, it was 8:21. Oh shit, coincidence? I think that's why this video was posted. Nah, I mean, I rock this every stream, but true, it is 8:21. The new latest... Did you see also the new latest Philip DeFranco video? I have it on our playlist today, ! Watching in the chat. I see that the Philip DeFranco for today had... Where is it? Mr. Beast Palestine controversy. Is that related? I'm assuming that might be related. So, do they... Wait, do... Mr. More like Mr. Based. Wait, do they reference you? That was Pro's post, I think? Oh my god. No way. Yeah, that's one of the things about the maps, but was it your post? We'll find out. We'll find out. We always watch the Philly D every day, so... That's fucking hilarious if so. My god. Damn, how am I always packing so much lady meat? Base, what's up Rolling Face? What's up Fridge? What's up Doge Senpai? What's up Lysine? What's up Atticus? Hi Tofu, I'm sorry for being a buzzkill. That's visit? Oh, last visit? I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the apology. Hope you're having a good day. What else? I bet all 5% of property owners in the area, if that had anything even close to approximating insurance for hurricanes, I bet all of 5% of property owners in the area, if that had anything. Oh, okay, yeah, there was. I mean, flooding, which is something that we, unfortunately, because our city sucks so fucking much, we see every time it rains. No matter how light the rain is, there's always like road closures, there's always like potholes that just pop up out of fucking nowhere. A brand new pothole just dropped on your fucking daily commute. Motherfuckers in Los Angeles, one, don't know how to drive, period, which is crazy for how much you're forced to drive in Los Angeles. So there's that. And then also, the moment there's moisture on the road, people just like completely forget how to drive. Completely forget. They just everything is gone. It's all gone. So yeah, it's just like a thing every time it rains. Yo, Fridge, thank you for gifting to Proletaire Based. Thank you. They call me an international superstar celebrity journalist for a reason. Damn. That's true. Hell yeah. Thank you so much, Fridge, for gifting to international superstar celebrity journalist Proletaire. Very cool. All right. Anyway, I'm late as fuck. Sorry about that. Once again, in typical Tofu fashion, I'm a late ass motherfucker. But never fear. We have plenty of news, plenty of politics, plenty of other things to look at. Let's get into it. Let's pull up the music. Do. Bop bop. Earliest Tofu stream start? Yeah, well. Listen, nobody's perfect, okay? Especially me. I'm the most imperfect, okay? My theory is the extended stopping keeps y'all from being able to pay attention on the road. My theory is the extended stopping keeps y'all from being able to pay attention to the road. Oh, like you have too much time to like pick up your phone. That's fair. That's probably pretty fair. Yeah. Tofu, you're perfectly imperfect. Thank you, Rolling Face. I appreciate that. We have a new daily dose of internet that we should take a look at before we get started. We also have a little today in history from Associated Press that we can take a fucking look at. Other stuff. We have other stuff too. Boom. Exclamation point watching in the chat if you would like to see what we have on the menu for this evening. Dun. Sorry, I'm high. I'm autistic. I'm mangling sentences. No, you're fine. I'm just high and fucking am slow at processing information. Just generally, so you're fine. I don't think there's any bugs in today's daily dose, so you should be set. Thank you for letting me know, Fridge. You know so much about me. You know me so well. Bugs are scary. Generally not a big fan of bugs, you know? Think about all the gasoline that's wasted from all that extended stopping. Yeah, true. True. Motherfuckers want to be like, how dare you raise the prices on gasoline, yada yada. Oh my god, the gas prices are so crazy. They don't want to fucking think about, wait, why do I have to drive so much in the fucking first place? I only live like less than 10 miles from where I work. How come it takes me 2 hours to get there? Why do I have to use so much gas only traveling fucking, like, you know, a little bit every day? That's crazy. That's crazy. Dum dum. Ba-da-da-dum. But anyway, we should get started. We should get started. Let's start it off. I smoked an infused pre-roll with Keef on the outside. Safe to say I'm super zooted. Yo, the man, those infused shits go crazy. What are they called? What's the one that sounds like a slur? What's the brand that sounds like a fucking slur? Jeter. Those shits are fucking tasty. My goodness. They're called Jeters. It feels weird to say for some reason, but you know, they're great. The average human has 8 spiders crawl up their butt in their butt. Okay, that's cap. Tofu using slurs canceled. I have the pass. What's up, Crash Test Zombie? That does sound like, doesn't it? It's crazy. It was. Doesn't it though? In communism, the city planning is gonna be unbelievable. So true, bestie. So true. Can't wait for that. Can't wait for communism. Am I right, chat? Personally, I can't wait for global communism. Big fan. Big fan. Dun 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 dun. Ba, 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 ba. Let's get into it. Daily dose of internet. Let's check it out.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet.
Our daily dose.
Here I am.
Rock you like a hurricane.
Hammer out a meatball for my grandson. Oh, just broke my freaking knife. Ah!
Wait, but why are you doing that in the first place? Wait, why are you doing that in the first place? Why didn't you just like microwave it? That's an insane Tupperware. That is a huge Tupperware full of fucking meatballs. What?
Meatball for
What
my
in the-
grandson.
For my grandson.
Oh, just broke my freaking knife.
What a cheap knife also. The cut. Yeah. You good, brother? Brother. Are you good? Are you even wearing your seatbelt? Bro. Little do we know that's the fucking, this is the like runaway suspect of a fucking brutal hit and run. Motherfucker just ran into the bus stop instead of stopping to pick everybody up, and he's just kept going. Look at his little face. He's like, yeah, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here.
This guy is lucky to be alive and unharmed after having a sign go through his car.
Okay, that's some... Okay. No shot. That is some actual Final Destination shit. Wait, that is literally... Wait, that's like literally what happened in those dumbass movies, right? Final Destination, pierced... fucking windshield? Oh, it's a log. Oh wait, no, this is real.
Easy. And with savings that fit right.
Oh my god. Okay.
Crazy, boy.
Oh my god. Okay, that's actually real. That's not the scene from the movie that I was thinking of. Okay, shit. That's fucking scary. But how does that even happen? No way. No way. No way. Is that the fucking hoodie? No way. What?
This guy is lucky to be alive and unharmed
How did...
after having a sign go through his car.
I'm sorry, that's bullshit. There's no way. How the fuck? You slid out of it too? What? Is that... Is that the dog? Why is it saying ara ara ara? What? What's wrong with that dog?
I found someone that can die if they eat food. Her entire digestive system is completely paralyzed. The only way she can survive is by putting a bag full of calories and nutrients straight into her heart.
Do I miss food? And the answer, honestly, is no. I have to be super careful with keeping things clean. That's happily ticking away now, and that'll feed me overnight for roughly 12 hours.
Directly into her heart?
Putting a bag full of calories and nutrients straight into her heart.
Do I miss food?
Into her heart.
And the answer, honestly, is no. I have to be super careful with keeping things clean. That's happily ticking away now, and that'll feed me overnight for roughly 12 hours.
Bro. That's crazy.
Hello.
I have featured bioluminescent water on this channel a few times, but I have never seen a close-up view like this before.
Whoa. Dude.
What?
Right here.
What the fuck? Oh.
How does something like this even survive in the wild?
Dumbass frog.
These kids are trying to sneak out of the house without setting off the camera.
Nice. Easy.
No, that camera's gonna go off now, you idiot! You're standing right in front of it!
Yeah, he fucking did some fucking Metal Gear Solid shit. It went all under that shit. Easy. There you go. No problem.
This is probably the coolest thing I've ever seen in a game of table tennis.
Oh, the 360? Oh, 360. Oh! Okay, that was such a crazy flex, dude. Just like, whatever, bro. I'm done. I'm bored. I'm done. Oh my god.
This guy was shot.
Oh my god. Best friends forever. That's amazing. What kind of dog is that? Okay, that is so fucking cute.
Shining a laser at a police helicopter, and it only took 5 minutes for the police to show up and arrest him.
Lame.
And right now we're getting hit pretty good with a green laser. One party standing in his driveway could be responsible as a back. We don't need to be here, 23rd and J.
Damn.
This streamer couldn't understand what this guy was saying.
Rainbow.
asking for Asian girls? Do you asking for Asian girls?
Am I asking for Asian girls?
Anything else?
Oh.
Asian girls? Yo, Speed Racer. Thank you so much for 9 months. What? Thank you so much. Welcome in. How's it going?
This person was bored and made a video game that uses the bricks on their wall.
Oh, that's sick. Oh yeah, that's fucking awesome.
The dorm rooms at this university are a little different. There's a button you need to press to change your room from study mode to sleep mode.
I hate this.
One of my
I fucking hate that.
subscribers found space junk from an old satellite fall back to Earth.
Oh shit.
That is the end of this video. Hopefully this video made your day just a little better. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon.
Cool.
Later.
Later. Later. Later. Alright. What happened today in history? You might be asking yourself. Let's find out. Wait, what happened? Fossabot coming after you? What you said? Related to the car sign vid, watch at your own risk. There's no TOS or gore or anything, but there's an animation that's fucked up on its own. That looks scary. What is this? The fuck? It's like to show what happens if it... hell no. The fuck? That looks terrifying. That desk might crush you. It looks like it takes up more room than it's like it's for saving room, but it looks like it takes up more room than it needs to. I feel like you could just put a bed and a small desk in there and not have to have this like machine. I don't know, that's ridiculous. I don't know. Whatever. Today in history for August 21st. Let's check it out.
August 21st, 1991. In Moscow, a coup by hardline communists against Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev collapses. Leading the popular uprising against the coup plotters, Boris Yeltsin, president of the Russian Federation. Gorbachev returns to power, but the Soviet Union dissolves by the end of the year, effectively ending the Cold War.
Mr. Gorbachev.
In Mexico City, Leon Trotsky, the exiled Russian revolutionary, dies after an assassin drives an ice pick into his skull.
Whoops.
Soviet leader Joseph Stalin, Trotsky's longtime rival for power, is widely believed to have arranged the murder. 1831. In Virginia, Nat Turner leads a slave rebellion hoping to spark a slave uprising in the South. Dozens of whites are killed before the violent revolt is quickly defeated. Turner is later captured, tried, and hanged. 1959.
Rest in peace.
The American flag gets its 50th star as President Dwight Eisenhower signs an executive order proclaiming Hawaii a state.
Damn.
1904.
Pepe La.
Count Basie, one of jazz music's greatest band leaders, is born in Red Bank, New Jersey. And 1938.
There'll be time enough for counting when the dealing's done.
Kenny Rogers, the country singer and songwriter with decades of hits, is born in Houston, Texas. Today
Happy
in
birthday,
history,
Kenny Rogers. Is Kenny Rogers still alive?
First, Sophia Manos, The Associated Press.
Because obviously these are old. He dead? He dead. He dead. Alright, chat. Next up. Uh-oh. Where's my thing? There we go. Next up, chat. We got top 5 stories we need to know today, according to Reuters. Top stories, Associated Press. Top international highlights from Al Jazeera. News wrap from PBS. First Thought, Bias News, Democracy Later, Philip DeFranchi, and then some other stuff that I have organized for us. ! Watching in the chat if you would like a link to this playlist. so that you can have either the links to the videos, or if you would like to like and subscribe to anybody that we end up watching. But here's the thing, chat, before we get into the headlines, I'm gonna run an ad break right now because it's been about an hour since we started the stream. And when we run ads here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, we run them while the streamer is away from the stream. That way, even if you are unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. However, if you would like to support the stream, support me, the streamer, and get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you gotta do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or let's say you are already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to. Maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubscribed friends in the chat, like Speed Razor just did for Sleepy Cat Plays. Thank you so much, Speed Racer. Speed Razor, thank you. Very, very kind of you. Really, really appreciate it. And thank you so much for the 476 gifties to the channel. Holy shit, you legend. Thank you so much. Thank you. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Now, because of Speed Razor, we're at 3 out of 30 for the daily sub goal. We're at 30 today for the sub goal because over the weekend, I dropped off quite a bit of subs, so I'm gonna try to catch up if we can. Every little piece of support is very much appreciated. Thank you. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere, BRB. Thank you for the biddies. Okay. We're back. Let's get back into it. Boom, boom. All right. Like I said, exclamation point watching in the chat if you would like a link. Everything that we'll be watching this evening, video-wise. Let's get into it. Top 5 stories you need to know today, according to Reuters. Storm Hillary unleashes furious floods across parts of Southern California. Furious. As officials urge the public to stay safe while they begin to count the cost of damage. It is the first tropical storm to hit Los Angeles in more than 80 years. Thank you, Mixilla. What's cooking, soy sauce? What's up, Kasara? There he is. President Joe Brandon heads to Maui to meet with survivors. We have more on this later. Actually, quite a bit on this later. Nearly 2 weeks after wildfires swept through the Hawaiian island and killed more than 100 people. Number 3. Former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows asked a federal court to dismiss Georgia state criminal charges stemming from former President Donald Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 U.S. presidential election, according to a court document. Number 4. At least 2 people were injured in the Moscow region, a regional governor says, when parts of a Ukrainian drone destroyed by Russian air defenses fell on a house. Number 5. The Spanish Soccer Federation president has been criticized by government ministers for kissing player Jenny Hermoso on the lips during their Women's World Cup victory celebrations. What? Well, that seems not okay. I did everything right. What's up, Inside Job? What's up, Orchestran? What's up, Scary Bunny? What's up, Ashtray? All right. Top stories from Associated Press.
Tropical storm Hillary drenched Southern California from the coast to the desert resort city of Palm Springs, leaving behind a muddy mess. Hillary weakened to a post-tropical storm early Monday and was moving through Nevada toward Oregon and Idaho.
Yeah, there's all of this... I mean, I guess understandably to a certain extent, there's all of this like attention on Los Angeles because it's the major city. But what we're seeing in like the Coachella Valley and in Death Valley and Palm Springs and stuff like is actually where the worst of it is.
President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden are flying to Maui to comfort survivors of the wildfires. The Bidens will survey the damage and meet with people who lost loved ones and homes. A British judge has sentenced a former neonatal.
Why do y'all still do this? British people. Whatever. What's with this? Why? What's with this? Look very silly.
Hospital nurse to life in prison for killing 7 babies and attempting
because
to kill
fire?
6 others. Lucy Letby refused to appear in court to face her sentencing or to hear grieving parents speak. The South Korean Air Force opened combined military drills with the United States on Monday, with fighter jets taking off in air defense exercises. The military training comes as South Korea, the United States, and Japan remain on alert over North Korea. Chris Havlick, Associated Press, with AP News Minute.
Associated Press. All right. Al Jazeera headlines. International. Let's go.
You're watching Al Jazeera. These are the top stories at this hour. Celebrations in Guatemala as Congressman Bernardo Arevalo wins the presidential runoff. The center-left candidate ran on a platform of anti-corruption. Arevalo was on the ballot with conservative candidate Sandra Torres. Well, vote counting is also underway in Ecuador's presidential and primary elections. Security was tight throughout the day, with 100,000 police officers and soldiers deployed there. Tropical storm Hillary moving north over Southern California after causing flash flooding and at least one death in Mexico. Streets have already started to flood. Forecasters are warning they could become catastrophic. They're also warning of mudslides, debris flow from fire burn areas, tornadoes, strong winds, and power outages. Hillary's expected to bring
fucking tornadoes? Wait, what? That was the first I'm hearing of tornado warnings. What the fuck?
Centimeters of rain. Some areas further north in the state of Oregon and Idaho are also expected to see heavy rain and possible flash flooding. Thousands of people have been ordered to evacuate
Bro, you know that water is nasty. Stay the fuck out of the ocean if you're in the West Coast, if you're in the LA area and stuff, or Southern California. Do not go to the fucking ocean for like a good week and a half, all right?
In Canada, where nearly 400 wildfires are raging, another 30,000 people have been told to be...
Yeah, and don't chill in the floodwaters either, for sure. Liquid LA sidewalk. Yummy. The earthquake during the hurricane was really funny. I seriously, it was. I just was just like, are you serious? Like, of course, seriously, right now?
Prepared to leave their homes in the province of British Columbia. Canada's
what else?
Having its worst wildfire season on record with at least 1,000 fires.
I'm really surprised that because of the earthquake specifically, there wasn't more like damage. It was a 5.5 out of Ojai, but it was like just a quick little shake. It was just like a super quick little shake here.
Across the
What's up,
country.
Izzy?
Former U.S. President Donald Trump confirming he'll skip Wednesday's debate with other Republican presidential contenders. He posted on social media that he believes voters know how successful his presidency was. He's the front runner in a pool
They
of
know.
11
They all
candidates,
fucking know the
even
deal.
though he's facing at least 4 trials, including federal and state charges for trying to overturn the 2020 U.S. election results. And the Netherlands and Denmark.
Can't wait for that Tucker Carlson Donald Trump fucking episode. Gonna be a banger, you know it.
Have pledged U.S.-made fighter jets to Ukraine for the ongoing war with Russia. The announcements were made during President Vladimir Zelensky's visit to the NATO member countries. The F-16 fighter jets will be delivered once conditions for the transfer have been met. And
Haven't they already been sent? Didn't like Zelensky do like a photo op in F-16s?
First mission to the moon in
Not that it really matters. I was just curious.
almost a half century ended in disappointment. Its Luna 25 spacecraft lost control and crashed trying to land.
Wild how much Tucker fell off.
In the days
I
after
really don't know how. I said it when his last episode was with Andrew Tate, I'm pretty sure, right? And I said it then. I don't know how he's going to be able to follow this up. The fall off is really real, you know? When like your biggest guest is like gonna be somebody who is like grasping for relevancy, you know what I mean? Andrew Tate. I was like, oh, okay, well, Donald Trump. All right, fair enough. But where do you go from here? Where do you go from here?
President Biden is in Maui to visit survivors of the wildfires.
What do you mean Tucker fell off? His massively successful shows Tucker on Twitter is huge. I mean, is it huge? Is it huge? Is it bigger than? He's had a bunch more episodes since, has he? Oh, okay. I just don't watch it then, I guess. Tucker Putin interview win. That would go hard.
That decimated parts of the island nearly 2 weeks ago. He's joined by the First Lady. They'll survey the damage by helicopter and meet with local officials about the ongoing response efforts. The confirmed death toll now stands at 114 people, with more than 800 others still missing. Officials say they've searched 85% of the disaster area. Meanwhile, at least 2 people have now died in wildfires burning in Washington state. The blazes ignited Friday and are still uncontained. They've scorched roughly 20,000 acres, destroying some 200 structures in their path. Across the border, firefighters have had some success battling the flames in Canada.
It's ass. I watch every episode. It's very funny. I'm thinking about it now. It's probably because I've really not been like using content from Twitter, or like I haven't really been using Twitter very much, 1, and 2, like paying attention to things like that for content wise. I don't know. You mean X? Yeah, you're right. Fuck.
In the Northwest Territories, they've held back a blaze threatening the capital of Yellowknife. They also weakened a major inferno around Lake Okanagan in British.
Oh my God, please don't be a real link. I'll just give you a little 1 sec. I was joking.
Columbia.
You're fine.
Justin Trudeau warned the fire's catastrophic.
I've done that before. What did I do? I did something really dumb. What was it? I was like joking and I was like half asleep and I typed out like without putting spaces. And what website was it? I'm trying to think of what it was. It was one of the Chans. I'm pretty sure it was something like that, and I just like linked to something random in somebody's chat, and it was so I was like, oh my God, wait, somebody mods please time me out.
Are fleeing for their lives. They're worried about their communities, and Canadians from coast to coast to coast are watching in horror the images of apocalyptic devastation and fires going on in communities that so many of us know and so many of us have friends in.
More than 1,000 wildfires are still burning across Canada, making it the worst wildfire season the country has ever seen.
Thank you, Izzy. I'm doing good.
Former President Donald Trump has agreed to a $200,000 bond.
200,000 is such a bitch-made fucking... Come on, dude. Only 200K? That's such, like, of course he's gonna fucking put, like, come on, man.
In the Georgia election interference case.
Hit him with, like, $500,000, at least.
To a court filing signed by the Fulton County District Attorney and Mr. Trump's legal team. The bond agreement also bans him from intimidating co-defendants and witnesses. The former president was charged along with 18 others last week. It was his fourth criminal indictment. A new report out today.
More on that later,
Rights
chat.
Watch claims that Saudi Arabian border guards have killed hundreds of Ethiopian migrants trying to enter their country from Yemen. They say guards repeatedly used machine guns and explosives to attack unarmed migrants, including women and children at close range. The armed conflict in Ethiopia's Tigray region, along with drought and famine, have forced more Ethiopians to make the dangerous journey through Yemen to Saudi Arabia. The U.S. and South Korea began their annual
key ally
joint military exercises today.
Yeah, most humane conduct by the Saudi government.
Increasing aggression from the north. The 11 days of drills are larger than in years past. Tens of thousands of soldiers are expected to take part. That comes as North Korean state media reported that leader Kim Jong-un observed the test firing of strategic cruise missiles. And stocks were mixed on Wall Street today. The Dow Jones Industrial rose on the news hour. An anti-corruption outsider.
Let's move on. Got a little biased news from First Thought.
In today's biased news, a pseudo-fascist leads in Argentina's elections. A Russian moon mission goes sideways. And a neo-Nazi mass murderer complains prison isn't comfy enough. Argentina's anarcho-capitalist presidential candidate, Javier Milei, who's running on a contradictory populist program.
This dude is... I don't know anything about this dude, really. I know that apparently he's a big fan of our guy Donnie and such. I know mostly that he has really amazing chops. Amazing hair.
Met with IMF officials in light of the severe debt and inflation crisis faced by the troubled nation. One point emphasized by Milei is that Argentina will not default on their debts, nor will they stop payments to the IMF despite concurrent difficulties, including...
He has unique opinions on the sale of children.
Climate change caused problems in the agricultural sector, droughts, skyrocketing inflation, and an ongoing unemployment crisis. The populist candidate, driving a Trump-like drain-the-swamp political offensive, is a symptom of the issues facing Argentina.
most average libertarian.
In which an
Holy
eccentric
fuck,
running
man.
on abolishing the central bank
about
and
it.
replacing the national currency with the dollar has gained a measurable amount of support in the face of anti-establishment sentiment. What's more, Milei has stated that his economic platform includes a, quote, significant fiscal adjustment, more significant than the one demanded by the IMF. In concrete terms, this means public spending cuts, further
abolition of the central bank,
drives, a dismantling of labor laws and safeties,
dismantling of labor laws,
and of course the abolishment of the central bank.
Yes.
Despite this, or perhaps because of it, Milei has received 30% of the votes in the national primaries, making him the frontrunner in the face of widespread disenfranchisement with the country's political system. Several experts have commented on him being the protest vote, with another stating, quote, when you go to very poor neighborhoods in Argentina and you talk to the people there, they tell you that they're not afraid about what could happen if Javier Milei makes it to the presidency, because they've already lost it all. Unsurprisingly, the IMF likes to play all sides, as they've met with other candidates to ensure their interests are met over those of the Argentinian people. Since the meetings, various rounds of devaluing the peso and interest rate hikes have stabilized markets, despite making regular people's lives more difficult with surging consumer prices in a country faced with above 100% inflation. In times of severe economic desperation, extremes that represent the core of the capitalist system come to the forefront, dressing themselves as anti-establishment. These are yet another symptom of a crumbling capitalist system unable to hide its contradictions.
Boom. She just looks so funny. I mean, listen, I'm not one to sit and harp on somebody's looks. That's a lie. But my guy just looks so funny. You know, extra silly. You know? Javier Milei is once again the center of controversy for his statements about the sale of children. Okay, what is this? Javier Milei, he has always been characterized by being very direct when asked about any topic, which has brought him hundreds of criticisms because in the past he made controversial statements about the legal possession of weapons and the sale of organs. Okay, yeah, I've heard something about this. We've covered something on stream about this. Specifically, I remember that part. It seems that in each interview, the Deputy for Freedom Advances always has something controversial to say, because on this occasion, Javier Milei, he said what he thought about the trade in children. Okay, the translation is a little weird. The politician has always been very controversial. On Radio Con Voz, journalist Ernesto Tenenbaum asked Javier Milei if he agreed with the sale of children, to which The Economist replied that, quote, it depends. What do you mean? Well, I need a little bit more information. In what context? Like, would it ever be okay to exchange money for a whole ass child? Which without a doubt put him back in the eye of the hurricane. Although at first, the deputy referred to the book, quote, General Competitive Analysis by Arrow and Hahn. Later, he answered evasively and said, quote, it does not depend. Not because it depends. Let's say it depends on what terms you're thinking in. This is a wild photo. I just need to, hold on. I might need this later. I don't know. Later, the politician added, quote, when I say that I'm a paleo-libertarian, oh, Jesus. And that's when my brain just shuts down. My tunnel vision, ear starts ringing. It means that in an anarcho-capitalist world, you give a place to uses and customs. What a fucking... A legal framework will appear as a result of people's decisions, and perhaps in one of those contexts, it is absolutely reprehensible, and it is not done. It has to do with what society decided and thinks certain things. So just the market will make sure that any like unethical sale of children, doesn't happen, because, the market will, will see all things through, you know, someday, eventually. What if your child has bad vibes, or if they're just unpleasant to be around, right? So many questions. You know, are they able-bodied? Are they able to labor? I mean, you know, lots of questions. I don't even need to hear anything more about my guy. I really
Anders
don't.
Breivik, the far-right perpetrator of the 2011 mass killing in Norway, where he killed 77 people, is suing the state for alleged violations of his human rights due to being held in extreme isolation. Breivik, a neo-Nazi, is currently serving a 21-year sentence, which is extendable if he remains a threat. Despite being moved to a new prison with hopes of improved conditions, he claims he still feels isolated. These are standard tactics of
he's in court right now? You're so cool, brother.
Terrorists. They murder in the name of oppression, but use liberal rights to protect themselves from actual consequences. Acts like Breivik's will only become more common as fascist elements are emboldened around the world. An Israeli news report details a disturbing incident after a Palestinian man was detained by Israeli forces in occupied East Jerusalem. The man alleges that he was physically abused by officers, who brutally beat him and even branded the Star of David on his cheek. Israel currently holds over 5,000 Palestinian political prisoners, some of whom are held without charge or trial through a practice known as administrative detention. In a recent case, charge or trial through a practice known
Are those fucking fireworks?
as administrative detention. In a recent case, an Israeli court acquitted an officer charged with manslaughter in the shooting of an autistic Palestinian man. To no one's surprise, the court ruled the officer acted in self-defense. These incidents highlight ongoing tensions and severe police and military oppression within occupied Palestine. The criminal military occupation remains determined to build an ethno-state, and they continue to demonstrate their willingness to commit genocide.
I thought his hair looked stupid too until I saw a video of him speaking on TV. He actually makes it work. No, I mean, I've seen the way he dresses too. He looks like a dude straight out of the 60s. He looks like straight out. He looks like fucking Austin Powers' fucking long lost brother or some shit.
Canada is deploying its military to combat spreading wildfires in British Columbia that have forced over 35,000 evacuations. The province has declared an emergency and banned non-essential travel to aid evacuees. Other fires near the U.S. border and the Pacific
Austin
Northwest
White Powers. Yeah.
are also problematic.
Oh
the
my
situation has
God.
already caused fatalities among firefighters. The West, long insulated from the consequences of an intensely polluting lifestyle, is finally having to grapple with the harsh reality of climate fallout. Russia's first moon mission as an independent state, an attempt to land the Luna 25 spacecraft, failed as it spun out of control and crashed into the moon due to a problem during preparations for a pre-landing orbit. This failure highlights the decline of Russia's space program since its Soviet heyday. The spacecraft's mission aimed to demonstrate Russia's return to significant lunar exploration, but it ended abruptly, reflecting the challenges and complexities of moon missions, and showing just how ahead of its time the Soviet space program was. Ukrainian Defense Minister Alexei Reznikov has announced that training has commenced for Ukrainian personnel to operate US F-16 fighter jets. However, the training process is anticipated to last at least 6 months, with additional time required for training engineers and mechanics. This timeline does not bode well for Ukraine, which is on the back foot even according to the fiercest Western warhawks. While a US official had previously stated that F-16s would be delivered from Denmark and the Netherlands once pilot training was completed,
Why is bro in the jet? Bro, because he's gonna be flying that
refrained
shit.
from disclosing specific training details.
He's gonna pull up.
And to finish with some positive news, Nick Karufa, who lost vision in one eye due to a firework accident, has undergone a successful stem cell treatment known as cultivated autologous limbal epithelial cell transplantation. The procedure involves using stem cells from the healthy eye to cultivate new cells in a lab and transplant them into the damaged eye. A phase 1 trial showed promising results, with patients experiencing pain relief and improved vision. The technique addresses limbal stem cell deficiency, a leading cause of corneal blindness. Treatments like this one bring us one step closer to ending blindness for good. That's all for today. We'll be back day after tomorrow with more news. If you'd like to see longer episodes with more in-depth analysis, consider becoming a patron so we can grow and...
All right, democracy. Right now. Let's do it right now.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org,
The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
In Guatemala, progressive politician Bernardo Arévalo has declared a decisive victory in a presidential runoff election against former First Lady Sandra Torres. Arévalo, leader of the Semilla party, took nearly 60% of the vote Sunday. He's vowed to fight corruption and push for social reforms. His supporters poured into the streets of Guatemala City to celebrate.
Democracy won. We will be able to dream of a different Guatemala. I hope little by little we will abolish poverty. There's new hope for Guatemala. Guatemalans are happy, and we are telling these corrupt politicians they must respect our vote. Guatemala has already changed.
Bernardo Arévalo is the son of the former president, Juan José Arévalo, Guatemala's first democratically elected president who pushed for revolutionary policies when he was in office from 1945 to 51. We'll go to Guatemala City for more after headlines. Ecuadorians also took to the polls Sunday for a snap presidential election. Leftist Luisa González took
U.S. invasion incoming.
Lead in the first round and will face Daniel Noboa in a runoff election in October as neither candidate won over half the vote on the first round. González is a member
You eating brownies right now? You eating fudge rounds?
Rafael Correa's Citizen Revolution Movement Party. Noboa is a businessman whose father, Alvaro Noboa, is one of Ecuador's wealthiest people. Alvaro Noboa is a banana industry magnate who previously ran for president has been accused of multiple tax and labor violations. Luisa González spoke to supporters Sunday.
No queremos un Lazo 2.0.
We don't want Lasso 2.0. We don't want anybody disconnected from the people's needs, because then we would again face a situation in which we would have a president that rules for the companies and not for the needs of Ecuadorians.
At least 3 political leaders were killed ahead of Sunday's election, including presidential candidate Fernando Villavicencio. On Sunday, Ecuadorian voters also overwhelmingly supported a historic referendum blocking oil extraction in the Amazon's Yasuni National Park, the largest...
We have more on this later as well, I believe, in our playlist.
Protected area in Ecuador with massive petroleum reserves crossing through indigenous Yasuni land. The effort was spearheaded by indigenous leaders and environmental defenders. The group Yasunidos said on social media, quote, "This is the first time a nation chooses to defend life and leave petroleum underground." Tropical storm Hillary made landfall Sunday in Baja California, Mexico, and shortly after in Southern California, where authorities have warned of life-threatening floods. 1 person died in Mexico when their vehicle was swept away in water. School districts in Southern California and Nevada have canceled classes. In Palm Springs, the 911 emergency...
Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, there was video of cars getting swept in, down the LA River yesterday. Oh my God, like in Compton, probably parked in like areas that normally you would never think there would be water along the river.
The phone system was knocked out Sunday evening as residents of California's desert towns say they've never witnessed such extreme storms.
Bit unprecedented. We've had storms before, but never anything quite this windy and rainy at the same time. I have a friend who just saw a 60-foot carport get blown off of his neighbor's house and carried 4 houses up.
What?
Meanwhile, further north in Washington state, 1 person died in a growing wind-fueled wildfire near the city of Spokane.
Are insane.
Governor Jay Inslee declared a state of emergency.
There's a beast at our door, and that's the beast of climate change. It seems like the whole world is on fire today. Yellowknife, Canada, with over 1,000 fires burning in Canada.
Wait, this dude ran for president, didn't he? I forgot about that.
Maui with Lahaina burnt to the ground, and now Spokane County, and 35,000 acres in fire today in Washington state.
Canada is sending its military to help tackle its record-breaking wildfires in British Columbia. So far, more than 35,000 people have been evacuated. In Hawaii, the death toll from the Maui wildfires has reached 114, with over 1,000 people still missing. President Biden's meeting today with federal, state, and local officials, as well as survivors in Hawaii. Niger's military junta said it's open to talks following the July 26 coup and has proposed a 3-year transition to civilian rule. Coup leader Abdurrahman Chani announced the plan after meeting with delegates from the West African regional bloc ECOWAS, which has threatened military intervention and imposed sanctions on Niger. On Sunday, thousands of coup supporters rallied in Niger's capital, Niamey.
We didn't ask for this coup d'etat, but it's done. We'll take responsibility for it. But instead of punishing us, ECOWAS needs to ask the right questions. What has led us to this situation? What led to this repeated coup d'etat? Not just in Niger, but in West Africa in general. Instead of sitting down to negotiate, you put a gun on the table. You threaten us and you think you'll get something out of it.
In the Democratic Republic of the Congo, at least 6...
Well, I had something from the Majority Report on that as well, I believe, on the playlist. What a mess. Based. No, you get 6 months to be cringe after transition. We talked about this. Well, they're saying 3-year transition. What does that entail? What does that look like specifically? I'm curious, and I'm curious what the ECOWAS leaders' thoughts on it were.
Were killed in a fire at a camp for displaced flood victims. The blaze started as a child was cooking unsupervised, burning down hundreds of makeshift tarp dwellings. The UN said some 3,000 families lost their homes after recent intense flooding and mudslides in eastern DRC. Authoritarian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi has pardoned nearly 36 political prisoners, including a leader of the Arab Spring uprising that ousted then-President Hosni Mubarak in 2011. Ahmed Douma was freed Saturday from the notorious Badr prison after nearly a decade behind bars. In 2013, he and 2 other protest leaders were arrested for violating a law effectively banning public protest. His lawyer, Khaled Ali, welcomed Douma's
I have to explain the joke now.
Egyptian authorities to...
Oh wait, did you make a trans joke and I just went completely over my head? You did, didn't you?
Set other political prisoners free.
Or is it going over my head again and I'm just fucking extra dumb?
Thank God for Ahmed's release, but honestly, there are still many inside, like Alaa Abdel Fattah, Abdul Monin, Abdel Fattah, Mohammed Alas, Mohammed Oxygen, Mohammed Adel. There are also still a lot of imprisoned women, and we hope that the next time, some of them will also be released, because this is their right. So far, there has only been a focus on the male activists, but not for the women.
Saudi border guards have killed hundreds of Ethiopian migrants and asylum seekers who've tried to cross the Yemen-Saudi border since March 2022. That's according to a new investigation by Human Rights Watch that relies on first-hand accounts from 42 people, over 100 verified videos and photos, and an analysis of satellite imagery. This is an excerpt of a video from HRW accompanying its report.
We found evidence that Saudi border guards have used explosive weapons and shot people at close range in what appears to be a policy targeting migrants and asylum seekers, including women and children, at the border. Human Rights Watch believes this may amount to crimes against humanity. Saudi Arabia's border forces should stop intentionally using lethal force to kill Ethiopian migrants and asylum seekers with explosive weapons.
That video from Human Rights Watch. President Biden hailed a new era for cooperation between the U.S., South Korea, and Japan as he hosted leaders of the 2 nations at Camp David Friday. It was the first such meeting between the 3 countries as South Korea and Japan pursue a rapprochement in the face of what they call dangerous and aggressive behavior by China in the South China Sea. The 3 heads of state also discussed North Korea. This is President Biden.
We're doubling down on information sharing, including on the DPRK's missile launches and cyber activities, strengthening our ballistic missile defense cooperation. And critically, we've all committed to swiftly consult with each other in response to threats to any one of our countries from whatever source it occurs.
We love cyber
the Biden
activities.
administration will recommend COVID-19 booster shots for all this fall to ward against a new wave of infections.
I feel you, Doge Senpai and Bisudu.
Vaccine makers will submit updated versions of their shots for regulatory approval that protect against the subvariants driving current infections, Eris and Fornax. While cases are on the rise, they still remain comparatively low. U.S. officials will also recommend everyone get their flu shots and RSV shots. And here in New York, Governor Kathy Hochul signed a bill banning the release of nuclear wastewater into the Hudson River. The legislation came after campaigning by activists and local communities to stop Holtec International, the owner of the decommissioned Indian Point nuclear facility, from dumping 1 million gallons of radioactive water into the Hudson.
That's a lot of gallons.
Water Watch celebrated the law for, quote, prioritizing public health and the environment over corporate expediency, adding, quote, today we celebrate the power of our communities over corporations. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!,
DemocracyNow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. So true, bestie. That's so fucking true. My God. My God. All right. Now, it's time, chat. You know what fucking time it is.
Today, we're talking about this super nasty Logan Paul, Dylan Dennis, Nina Agdal situation. Threats getting thrown around. Mr. Beast broke a world record, but then found himself in an international scandal. California got
international scandal.
And our government's on fire in a new fun way. We're going to talk about all that and so much more in today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, so buckle up, hit that like button. Let's just jump into it. Starting with in internet drama news, let's talk about fighter Dylan Dennis threatening Logan Paul's fiance. So Dylan and Logan are scheduled to fight one another in October, and we've seen the kind of usual smack talk leading up to that. But Dylan, over this past week, has taken it to a whole different level by dragging Nina Agdal into the mix. She's a model, she's engaged to Logan, and Dylan's essentially just been slut-shaming her on Twitter by making jokes about her sex life or by posting photos of her with other men. And this notably coming after she and Logan recently revealed that they had waited a bit in their relationship before having sex, with a number of people jumping in to mock him, but Dylan especially. Though now it appears to have gone even further, because yesterday Dylan wrote, I actually have the most insane picture of Nina to ever exist, but I can't share it or the event will be canceled 10,000%. If I drop this pic, it would end the fight, end his engagement, and I might even find myself in jail. And going on to say, this picture is like a nuclear bomb. The damage it would do would be irreparable. And so with all that, you had a lot of people—
Sounds like we're bordering on revenge porn here, friend. What's going on?
The way that he's
What's
discussing
happening?
This
What is
image,
this?
The fact that he's talking about jail, that he's been relentlessly discussing Nina's sex life, this photo is probably graphic and could very well be some form of revenge porn. And while you saw a number of Dylan's supporters and people who just hate Logan Paul cheering that on, you also saw a number of people just absolutely
misogyny,
saying things like
combat
Dylan Dennis is fucking disgusting. This shit isn't funny or some pre-fight nonsense. He's gone way past the point of too far. He's completely soulless. And this is disgusting. A man is taunting releasing a potentially damaging photo of a woman all because she is getting married and they don't believe she deserves a good life because she's had past partners. And even big creators like Corinna Kopf chiming in saying, I can't be the only one who thinks Dylan Dennis is corny as fuck for harassing the fuck out of a woman for absolutely no reason. Talk shit to the person you're fighting, not his fiance. Also, tell him to stop sending and unsending messages to me and my friends. You look so desperate, my guy. But you also had people saying, does he actually really have something? So there you had people like Andrew Tate chiming in, saying my Twitter inbox had a message from Dylan and he's really not lying. Now, so far, Logan hasn't publicly responded to any of this specifics.
So if anything, oh my God, dude.
Stuff. Instead, calling him out for things unrelated to his fiance, which is also why you had Dylan.
If you have revenge porn, oh my God.
Tweeting. It's crazy to think that Logan hasn't defended his girlfriend even.
Dude, the clout chasing, everybody's just so desperate. They just like, they'll even like pump fake with like possible revenge porn or something. Like, it's so weird. People are so
trying to get my
weird.
account deleted and sending me a cease and desist.
My man
letter
needs to
saying,
get
I
some
offered to go on this
beaches.
show impulsive by myself and discuss this, but he declined.
Or maybe just stop. I think he needs to stop thinking about the beach so
that
much.
tweet includes things Logan said were a lie. And ultimately,
I need to be in people's mouths. Wait, what?
As far as what happens next, we'll have to wait to see online. But also, the two are supposed to hold a press conference tomorrow and see one another. But with all that said, I gotta pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts regarding this whole mess? And then,
I'm having a hard time carrying.
Beast just made mind-blowing YouTube history and found himself in the middle of an international controversy and scandal. Because over the weekend, he released a video that completely eclipsed the scale of his old Squid Games video, with it featuring contestants from what Mr. Beast said was every country on the planet.
I hired poor people from every country to fight to the death.
Olympic Games for $250,000. And while it was widely praised and broke the record for most views in a 24-hour period, it was not without controversy because Mr. Beast ran across the bane of anyone talking about world.
Oh no. What happened? Oh no. What? That's fucking amazing, dude. All right, let's pull up the fucking tweet. Let's pull up the tweet. Let's take a look at it. It's a good tweet. It's a good tweet. Where is it? Proletaire. Mr. Beast does not recognize Taiwan. Oh, good shit. Very good stuff. So friend of the show, Proletaire in the chat. Shouts out Proletaire. Everybody go follow. That's right. Mr. Beast just released a video titled "Every Country on Earth Fights for $250,000." Mr. Beast has chosen to wade into every single geopolitical conflict at once. What counts as a country to Mr. Beast? He makes a lot of strange choices and mistakes. The quotes are pretty great. The quote tweets are pretty fucking funny. I'm not gonna fucking lie. Mr. Beast recognizes Palestine, but only in the West Bank. Oh, Mr. Beast does not recognize Taiwan. Wait, where's the this one? Mr. Beast assigns the flag of the U.S. state of Georgia to the country going by the same name. It's a really good one. That's a really good one. Is he kind of based for this? It's just like, what's so funny is that people are actually taking it really serious, as if like Proletaire is taking it really serious. And people are like, bro, like, it's not that deep. It's like, it's just funny. It's just funny given the world we live in. We live in a post Barbie 8 dotted line fucking world. You know what I mean? This is just the world we live in, and Proletaire happens to be a flag person. A flag nerd. It's unclear what happened to Vietnam proper. These are so good, but okay, apparently you really got Mr. Beast into some shit. Did Mr. Beast fly? This is great. Right here. Here you go. I'm sorry, but like, it's not that deep. You're right. Correct. You should probably get a life or a job. Chat, what do we think? Should Proletaire get a life or a job? 0 for no, 1 for yes. What do we think? This is so good, dude. Honestly, bravo. Bravo.
Politics, flags, and maps. And because of those, he managed to inadvertently stumble into the middle of some of the world's thorniest political issues. You know, and some of the things were just kind of sloppy mistakes. Things like using the state flag of Georgia for the country of Georgia, which is something that can be annoying to Georgians. Or like he put the US flag in the middle of Europe. Dude. Not sure what was up with that. Or having the flag of Tunisia for both Tunisia.
So the only reason that anybody noticed any of this is because of you, Proletaire. The flag of the state of Georgia is based on the first flag of the Confederate States. It is not, in fact, based.
And Cyprus, although I will say I think I know how that one happened. If you just Google Cyprus flag, the first option shows this one. However, that's not the flag of Cyprus, but of North Cyprus. Also, speaking of controversial flags, we should talk about Afghanistan, because Mr. Beast and friends use the Taliban's flag, which many nations actually have refused to do in order to not legitimize the regime. Though there, I will say my team kind of understood how this happened, because for 7 years now, Afghanistan has been horrible for them and flags. I mean, even before the takeover, it was changed like every single year.
It's just that there's no fucking way that Mr. Beast, one, or anybody on Mr. Beast's team knows fucking anything about any of this shit. Like, I just don't believe it. And they like probably they didn't really think that hard when editing it. you know?
This is such an issue that we actually internally have a database of approved flags. But then also for Mr. Beast, in addition to the flags, there was the maps issue, right? Because you had
Mr. Beast has a very complicated world.
Mr. Beast likely inadvertently supporting the Chinese Communist Party's claim to Taiwan by including the two together. He also, in addition to recognizing Israel, seemed to come out as partially pro-Palestinian independence by showing it with its own borders, although without Gaza. Or you had some saying that he was pro-Russia because he included Crimea as a part of that. And then he clearly hates Argentina because he didn't include the Falkland Islands as part of that. But, I mean, joking aside, these types of issues did lead to a lot of comments. Like we saw a number of Indian fans being upset he didn't include all their territorial claims. Although when you're jumping into these spaces, they're lose-lose, right? Because including them would likely upset fans from the countries those
claims. Let them fight.
But personally, and understand this is just my opinion, given how inconsistent a number of these things were, it didn't feel like it was a purposeful statement. Right? Take Russia and Ukraine. It'd be weird to recognize Russia's claim to Crimea while also not including the other territories it illegally annexed. Or look at China. Despite showing Taiwan as part of it, he separated out Hong Kong. So it feels like the most likely explanation is that these were just mistakes from a team that just didn't know any better. Now with that, I want you to know that doesn't mean that the people offended by this should just get over it or it invalidates their feelings. Because for many of the people that live in these places or they have family there, these are life or death issues. But with all that, I gotta say two things. One, what are your thoughts on this issue? And two, I'd just like to give Mr. Beast a warm welcome to the world of geopolitics. For pretty much every country, border, and topic.
Where Philip DeFranco has been living for a long time? What do you mean by that? What do you mean? The world of geopolitics, population, Philip DeFranco.
Controversy waiting to happen. And then California got punished this weekend. You had Tropical Storm Hillary, which made landfall in Mexico yesterday, crossing into Southern California by the evening, officially making it the first tropical storm to hit the state in 26 years. And as if that wasn't rare enough, we also got a 5.1 magnitude earthquake near Ojai, about 80 miles northwest of downtown LA. Now, thankfully, the earthquake doesn't appear to have caused any serious damage or injuries, but the same can't be said for the storm, with Hillary bringing down torrential rainfall that broke records in a lot of areas. I mean, Los Angeles got hit with a year's worth of rain in just one day. You also have over 2 years worth of rain dousing California's desert areas. And so we had officials fearing we could see flash floods, especially in areas downhill from recent wildfires, because those leave burn scars that can actually create a steep, slick surface for water and debris to flow off of. And actually, so far, we've seen a lot of flooding and mudslides with roads turning into gushing rivers and cars getting submerged.
Wait, where was this? Old woman drives into California Harbor? Wait, what? Wait, what? Lady named Mary Ann Beth dives into harbor while playing Rain on Me by Lady Gaga. Is this a joke? What?
So far, we've seen a lot of flooding and mudslides with roads turning into gushing rivers and cars getting submerged.
Bro, are you just gonna sneak this Chiron past us? Like, wait, what is this?
Far, we've seen a lot of flooding and mudslides with roads turning into gushing rivers and cars getting submerged. And that leading to some dramatic water rescues like this teen seen clinging from a tree in the middle of the river. And actually with that, as of recording, the storm's only killed one person in Mexico when their vehicle was swept away. But we've also seen property damage with winds reaching 60, 70, even 80 miles per hour in mountainous areas and toppling trees, as well as reports of power outages, schools and roads closed, nearly 5,000 flights delayed or canceled. With California even declaring a state of emergency to respond to all of this, though the storm has since been downgraded to a post-tropical cyclone and is now moving on to other western states like Nevada, Arizona, Oregon, and Idaho, with Nevada's governor also declaring a state of emergency to brace for potential flash flooding, mudslides, and rock slides, and Arizona's Mojave County issuing evacuation orders for parts of Lake Mead National Recreation Area due to flooding risks. You know, while online I saw a lot of people joking about this, whether it be about a God's wrath, or people being divided on whether to call it a
Who the fuck was joking about God's wrath?
Hurricane or a quake-a-cane. But to be clear, these kinds of events
actually don't answer that question. I don't.
They're becoming more frequent and intense.
I don't actually want to know the answer to that question.
And oceans enable hurricanes and storms to carry more moisture, and those produce more and more rainfall. Though notably, we're also seeing especially high sea surface temperatures in the tropical Pacific Ocean right now thanks to El Nino. But you know, when you expand the scope of this outside of just this one tropical storm, we look back at the summer in the United States, we've been through an awful lot of disasters. We've endured a record heat wave, our cities have been smoked out by Canadian wildfires, large swaths of Maui are just torched, and now this bullshit. So be careful out there, because things are not trending the way that we want them to.
And God is pissed. fam.
Spain's Women's World Cup win has now been hit with, some have called it a distraction, others calling it a scandal. And that's because the Spanish Soccer Federation's Luis Rubiales decided to kiss one of the players on the lips during celebrations. And after the incident, Jenny Hermoso allegedly told teammates in the locker room she didn't like it. Which yeah, makes sense, and most Spanish fans agreed as the incident sparked major outrage in Spain. Or because even though kisses are common in Spain, even among strangers, but it's meant to be a greeting as a kiss on the cheeks and rarely involves actually kissing someone, but more touching cheeks and going through the motions. However, despite Hermoso reportedly stating that she didn't like the kiss, she did try to downplay the event, writing in a statement, "It was a mutual gesture that was totally spontaneous, prompted by the huge joy of winning a World Cup. The Prezi and I have a great relationship. His behavior with all of us has been 10 out of 10, and this was a natural gesture of affection and gratitude." Whereas the Federation president was a bit more combative towards critics initially, saying, "The kiss with Jenny? There are idiots everywhere. When two people have a moment of affection that means nothing more, you can't listen to idiocy. We are the champions, that's it." But that didn't stop the backlash, and it got pretty intense, with even high-ranking government officials commenting on the situation, the culture and sports minister describing the kiss as unacceptable, and the country's gender equality minister saying on Twitter that such a kiss is a kind of sex violence for all women. So
y'all have a gender equality minister?
Upper daily, which was until now invisible and which we cannot normalize. While the social rights minister commented that if they do that with all of Spain watching, what might they do privately? And so with all of that, on top of the other criticism coming from TV and the internet, it led Rubiales to finally apologize and say, "Surely I was wrong, I have to admit." With him then going on to say he didn't mean anything malicious by the kiss and even apologized to those he described as idiots. But with all that said, I gotta ask, which camp do you land in? Do you think he was completely in the wrong? Do you think this is overblown? Are you landing somewhere in the middle? What are your thoughts and why? And then the government
consent. What? Hello? Consent.
Could very well shut down, with the House Freedom Caucus firing their first warning shot over the impending government shutdown. Right, that caucus consists of about 3 dozen Republicans, and
they also have a King Tofu
They announced today that they will be opposing the stopgap bill that McCarthy proposed last week unless their terms are met. And as far as their demands, those include more funding for border defense, hefty cuts to the DOJ and FBI, and an end to the so-called woke policies of the Department of Defense. And saying in a statement, "We refuse to support any such measure that continues Democrats' bloated COVID-era spending and simultaneously fails to force the Biden administration to follow the law and fulfill its most basic responsibilities." And they went on to say they would, quote, "oppose any attempt by Washington to revert to its old playbook of using a series of short-term funding extensions designed to push Congress up against a December deadline to force the passage of yet another monstrous, budget-busting, pork-filled, lobbyist-handout omnibus spending bill at year's end." And the things they're demanding are very unlikely to be approved by the Democrat-controlled Senate. Right, so with this caucus opposing the stopgap, it's just boosting the likelihood of a shutdown after the September deadline. And so with that, we've seen several Democrats responding to the caucus's threats, with New York Representative Hakeem Jeffries responding to the demands, saying House Republicans are determined to shut down the government and crash our economy, but saying we will fight these MAGA extremists every step of the way.
Bro, you love that shit. Shut up, Hakeem Jeffries. I fucking hate that guy. You love that shit. Shut the fuck up.
Chuck Schumer saying in a statement,
they're so tough. So tough when it comes to these little fucking press conferences, and they just fucking austerity. Just give me all of the austerity, please.
The House decides to go in a partisan direction, it will lead to a Republican-caused shutdown. But for now, we'll keep our eyes on this mess. Of course, the deadline for this is September 30th, but also the House isn't even scheduled to return to Washington in full until halfway through next month. And then the AI threat to creators is very real and growing. I mean, we're well over 100 days into the writer's strike. Fear of studios using AI to create scripts is only grown. But thanks to this latest ruling on AI and copyright, studios might want to think twice before replacing their writers with artificial intelligence. Because U.S. District Judge Beryl Howell just ruled that art generated by AI is not eligible for copyright protection. And notably, that ruling backs up the initial finding from the U.S. Copyright Office, with it delivered as part of the order shutting down a bid by Stephen Thaler, the chief executive of Imagination Engines, a neural network firm. Thaler had been crusading for copyright on a work created by his AI system, the Creativity Machine, with him saying that as the owner of the AI, he was entitled to the copyright on the work. But the Copyright Office disagreed, rejecting his application on the grounds that human authorship is necessary in order to get copyright protections. That rejection prompting Thaler to sue, and in his motion for a summary judgment, Thaler and his attorneys argued that permitting AI to be listed as an author on copyrighted works would incentivize more creation. But in their cross motion for a summary judgment, the Copyright Office argued the office's conclusion that copyright law does not protect non-human creators was a sound and reasoned interpretation of the applicable law. And Judge Howell sided with them, saying, in the absence of any human involvement in the creation of the work, the clear and straightforward answer is the one given by the register. No. Cool. They're then going on to say,
I mean, it makes sense to me.
Creation, how to
makes sense to me when the AI, AI obviously pulls from sources across the internet. So I mean, yeah. If you're able to just do that, then yeah, like, why can't anybody just use what you created? I mean, if anything, it's beautiful. If anything, that's cool. I think that's great.
encourage human individuals.
Just like that allows us to just like look at the AI as the tool that it should be.
Individuals to engage in that creation and thereby promote science.
AI deserves rights
was
too.
thus central to American copyright from its very inception. And adding, non-human actors need no incentivization with the promise of exclusive rights under United States law, and copyright was therefore not designed to reach them. But Howell did also acknowledge the rapidly changing landscape of copyright law with the development of AI, even nodding to Thaler's argument regarding the malleability of law to account for changes in technology.
Yo,
Still,
Shine.
Howell said, copyright.
Thank you for 5 months. Let's go.
5 months with Amy Goodman Pod.
True. Thank you so much, Shiny. I appreciate
has
it.
Never
Thanks for the
stretched
support.
so far,
Welcome
however,
in.
as to protect works generated by new forms of technology operating absent any guiding human hand, as plaintiff urges here. Human authorship is a bedrock requirement of copyright. With her then going on to say that future cases could be more complex and will prompt more questions as to how human input is necessary to qualify the user of an AI as an author. Now, as far as their response, Thaler's lawyer, Ryan Abbott, said that they do plan on appealing the decision and saying in a statement, "We disagree with the district court's decision. In our view, copyright law is clear that the American public is the beneficiary of the law, and the public benefits when the generation and dissemination of works is encouraged regardless of how the works are made. But for now, this ruling may give entertainment studios pause in implementing AI into their scriptwriting process. So understand, this ruling does not make it all black and white. Right back in March, the U.S. Copyright Office published guidance saying they're open to evaluating ownership of AI-supported work on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, Doge Senpai. I agree with that too. Difference in this specific case is the way AI uses works to come up with, to create works.
Right, essentially saying work that is solely generated by an AI is not copyrightable, but work that is created by a person with support of AI could be, if it's arranged in a, quote, sufficiently creative way that the resulting work constitutes an original work of authorship. And that is where your daily dive into the news is going to end. But two things. The first being, if you have bought anything from me in like the last 5 years, check your email. There's a very good chance of in your inbox or your spam folder. But a secret thing I wanted to give you first access to. And two, for more news you need to know, I got you covered right here. You can click or
shut up. Secret thing. Dun dun. All right. Next up, chat, we got a little look at the Trumpy boys situation. Trump says he will surrender in Georgia on Thursday. Trump's bond set at $200K in Georgia elections case. I feel we kind of already talked about the Ecuador and Guatemala elections. If we have time, we can take a look at this conversation at the Majority Report about the coup in Niger, what is happening on the ground with Hannah Ray Armstrong. Climate news. We're going to look at Brandon making a speech in Maui. We're going to talk about Jesse Waters being angry at that speech in Maui. I think Good Politic Guy is talking about this specific segment on Fox News, so we might be able to take a look at that. More Perfect Union, Legion Miller, GDF, Renegade Cut, all that, chat, and more. But here's the thing, it's been an hour since our last ad break, so we're gonna run an ad break right now. But don't worry, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when we run ads, we run them while the streamer is away from the stream. That way, even if you are unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. However, if you would like to support the stream, support me, the streamer, and get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you gotta do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to, maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubscribed friends in the chat. One of our comrades in the community that may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way they may also be able to enjoy the Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of us. If you're unsubscribed, say hi in the chat. Maybe somebody will feel generous enough to shoot you a sub, like Anonymous just did for Panda Ate the Piece of Toast. Based. Thank you so much, Anonymous. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Now because of Anonymous, we are at 5 out of 30 for the daily sub goal. Over the weekend, we dropped quite a few subs in the sub count. So every little piece of support is very much appreciated. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. Thank you again, Anonymous.
Hotel.
Yo, hype train. What the heck? What the heck? Thank you so much. Auric Bond, thank you for 8 months. I'm so glad I found this stream. Oh, that's very sweet. I'm glad you found this stream too. Thanks for being a part of the community for 8 months. Really appreciate it. Scary Bunny, thank you for gifting to Electric G-Funk. Thank you. Speed Razor, thank you for another gifty to Octavia. Thank you so much. And thank you, Anonymous, again for the gifty to Panda. Very pog. Thanks, everybody. Tanks. Here, we'll do a little quick one. What do you say? This is for you, chat. You deserve it. Let's go. Yep. This is for you. Hydrate. Remember to drink some water, chat. Look at that eggnog. That is an eggnog. Look at it. Look at that eggnog. That is an eggnog. What is an eggnog? That is an eggnog. Look at that eggnog go. Look at that eggnog go. Bum, 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 bum. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you so much, chat. Thank you. Appreciate it. Bro got no ears. Damn. No ears. What's up, Laney? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Thank you, chat, for the hypers. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Let's get back into it. Where were we? Where did we leave off? Yes. I think we can skip some of this stuff here. We already covered California. Let's take a look at what Trumpy Boy's been up to. Trump says he will surrender.
Breaking news to tell you about
in Georgia on Thursday.
President Donald Trump. A short time ago, the former president posted on his account on Truth social media that he plans to turn himself in to Georgia authorities on Thursday, writing, quote, "Can you believe it? I will be going to Atlanta, Georgia on Thursday to be arrested."
Can you believe it?
Earlier today, the Fulton County Sheriff's Office,
I mean, we could, yeah, I could believe it. Yeah. For sure.
Said that when the former president surrenders, there will be a, quote, hard lockdown of the area around the Maine County Jail. Remember, the former president and the 18 other co-defendants in this case were told by the Fulton County DA, Fonnie Willis, that they had until Friday at noon to voluntarily turn themselves in. Again, the president posting on his social media a website tonight that he plans to do that on Thursday.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Trump's bond set at $200K. I feel like that's low.
There are signs tonight that Donald Trump is preparing to surrender in Georgia.
You know what I mean? Like $200K bond. So basically you're just finding him 200,000, right? Like you're just finding him 200,000. You might as well have made it like more because you're just going to fucking force him to pay it because he's going to pay it. Should have made it like $500,000. At least. The fuck? 200K? Come on, man.
for racketeering and other charges related to his attempts to overturn the 2020 election. CBS's Robert Costa reports the former president's lawyers today agreed to a $200,000 bond as part of his release conditions.
Former President Trump announced on social media tonight, "I'll be going to Atlanta on Thursday to turn himself in for processing at Fulton County Jail." This came after his...
So, did you see the conditions of his bail if they enforce him? If they enforce him, he will break them. If they enforce them, like the rules of his bail, I mean, aren't they just the typical conditions of anybody's bail that's like pending a trial? Like you can't talk about it. You can't fucking pressure witnesses, threaten witnesses. You can't, like all of those things. I feel like fines and shit should be a percentage of your wealth or some shit. Yeah. I think cash bail should not be a thing, but no shot he'll be able to stop himself from intimidating jurors and witnesses. That's what I'm saying. I believe that. He's definitely already been posting on Truth Social saying like they shouldn't testify. This specific person that is going to testify, they shouldn't testify. He's just doing the same old shit. What's up, Satanic Llama Plaza? Only cost 200K to try and overthrow the government, apparently. It's pretty cheap. He's still gonna win the Republican primary. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Cash bail exists to keep poor people in jail and allow rich people a way out. True. There are a lot of normal people on bail for 100K. There are a lot of normal people on bail for 100K. What do you mean?
Legal team reached a bond agreement with District Attorney Fani Willis, which sets strict rules for Trump's release on bond after his surrender, saying he shall make no direct or indirect threat against any co-defendant or witness. Several of Trump's 18 co-defendants also agreed to bond terms today, including his former lawyer John.
Got only like 100K though, right?
One of the alleged architects of the plan to overturn the 2020 election.
100K
despite 4 indictments and 91 charges against him. Trump's lead over his GOP rivals continues to grow. New CBS polling shows a 46-point advantage over Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, the only other candidate in double digits. Trump pointed to his dominance in the CBS poll as one reason why he's skipping the first GOP debate Wednesday in Milwaukee.
I feel like Vivek is trying real hard to pull out ahead and try to take advantage of this Distinko death spiral, the Distinko spiral. So, I mean, anything can happen.
A move criticized by his opponents.
He has a great opportunity to come out and do this. I think he owes it to people.
He's both afraid of... Oh, wait. That I was like, wait, I thought for some reason, I thought there hadn't been any other Tucker episodes since the Andrew Tate episode, but I realized that I was aware of a Ramaswamy episode that recently came out. So I'm just fucking stupid as hell.
And he's afraid of defending his record.
Trump is planning an interview with former Fox News host Tucker Carlson that could air online at the time of the debate. Meanwhile, Trump's former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, who's cooperating with federal investigators looking at Trump's mishandling of classified documents, has, according to ABC, told special counsel Jack Smith he could not recall Trump ever declassifying documents before leaving the White House, contradicting the former president's claims.
And Robert Costa joins us now. This is a big week for Republicans, the debate, and then I understand you have some reporting about potential new Republicans entering this crowded field.
There is alarm inside of the Republican Party as Trump keeps gaining. Now some veteran Republicans are encouraging Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin to consider entering the race, as well as Georgia Governor Brian Kemp. In fact, former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton tells me he recently went to Georgia to meet privately with Kemp to gauge his interest about jumping in and taking on Trump.
John Bolton said, bro, you gotta do it, bro. We gotta do it, bro.
Both experienced governors. All right, Robert Costa.
Those are some pretty experienced governors. Sure are.
Thank you.
Sure are. Dude. They are gonna poll so abysmally. What a fucking, the clown car Embiggens. What a fun word. Embiggens. Youngkin. What's up, Kokoro boy? What's up, Harry?
Ecuador heads to a run.
All right. You know what? Yeah, we will. These are short, so we'll just ride through these Ecuador election and Guatemala election little pieces here.
Of election for its presidency in October. Two former lawmakers, leftist Luisa Gonzalez and business heir Daniel Noboa, will battle for the top job after coming top in a first round of voting over the weekend.
El voto es
Supporters of both
secreto.
candidates took to the streets of Quito and Guayaquil, where Noboa comes from, to celebrate the election result. Gonzalez, a protege of former President Rafael Correa, who has promised to revive his social programs, won 33% support. While Noboa, son of prominent banana businessman and former presidential candidate Alvaro Noboa, was a surprise second place with 24% of the vote. The contest was darkened by the assassination of anti-corruption candidate Fernando Villavicencio earlier this month. The crime is still under investigation. Villavicencio, who was replaced as a candidate by his friend and fellow investigative journalist Christian Zurita, came third with 16%. Sharp increases in crime and
Rocking the fucking
economy
vest,
were
man.
top concerns among voters. The election is held to replace outgoing President Guillermo Lasso, who cut his term short by dissolving the legislature to avoid impeachment.
Yeah, kinda sus. Kinda sus. That is loud as hell. Holy shit.
Celebrations in the Guatemalan capital. Supporters of the center-left anti-corruption candidate
Guatemala.
Bernardo Arévalo cheering his landslide victory over former First Lady Sandra Torres.
We are out celebrating the seed we planted with our vote, hoping it will flourish.
Arévalo, seen by many as a political outsider, managed to shake up Guatemala's political landscape, one of the biggest electoral surprises in recent memory.
Today, Guatemalans have hope. We are celebrating the return of the feeling of hope in the streets of our country.
8,000 electoral observers were deployed in Guatemala to oversee the election, following a controversial campaign season marred by concerns about democracy here being threatened.
La elección que nos estamos jugando en este momento.
This is possibly the most important election that we've had in the last 38 years, because we've had the chance to stop the backsliding that we've experienced in the last 3 years and close the door on the threat of authoritarianism.
Arévalo's victory in Sunday's election is seen as the culmination of widespread discontent over worsening crime, corruption, and economic stagnation, issues that some analysts say have no easy solution.
The problem with Arévalo is expectations are really high, but problems are really hard to fix.
He also fears there could soon be
Thank you for your analysis.
attempts by the opposition to undermine Arévalo's victory.
It's an absolutely ecstatic crowd here in Guatemala City's historic center. And while experts say that the challenges that lie ahead are massive, none of that seems to matter right now. This is a moment of celebration. Manuel Rapalo, Al Jazeera, Guatemala City.
Ooh, little outro banger there. All right, let's see. What? How much time do we have here? Dun, dun, dun. Dun. Yeah, you know what? We can watch this and we'll skip some of the climate news because we kind of already covered that into the ground just with the headlines alone. So I can kind of skip a lot of the climate related stuff that I have here for us. Exclamation point watching in the chat, by the way, if you would like a link to the playlist with all of the videos we have already watched tonight and will be watching this evening. Let's check out this Majority Report with Sam Cedar and friends. A coup in Niger, what's happening on the ground? Hannah Ray Armstrong, TMR. I'm not familiar with Hannah Ray Armstrong, but let's check it out.
A Majority Report joining us now from Dakar, Senegal. Writer and conflict analyst Hannah Ray Armstrong, who has is in the region, obviously, in the Sahel, and to talk to us about the coup in Niger. Hannah, welcome to the show. Can you give us just sort of like, you mentioned before we came on and Emma and I were confessing our ignorance about that region of the world and Niger in particular. And you said, it really only pops up in American news every 12 years or so. There's been a series of
good night,
coups
Izzy.
in
Thanks
this
for hanging.
country. Will you give us a
It's good to
sense
see you.
of just
Everybody go
sort of
follow
like
Izzy
some
also.
of the at least relatively
Do it now.
recent
Go follow.
history, or maybe even going back to the mid 20th century?
Sure. I will try to sum up. So there's this thing emerging
The entire history of Niger. Ready, go.
in the region known as the Sahel, which is being called a sort of coup belt or a coup corridor. And that's playing on the idea that the region...
Yo, Riverboat Jack raid. What's up, Jack Raiders? Hello. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Hi. Welcome in. If you've never been here before, I'm Tofagos. We talk about the news and politics and stuff. Shouts out Riverboat Jack. If you don't already follow Riverboat Jack, you should go follow them. Go do it now. Hope you had a wonderful stream. Welcome in. We are going over this segment here with Sam Cedar and Emma Vigilant and their guest Hannah Ray Armstrong on the coup in Niger.
known as the Central Sahel.
What's up, Doodleburb? It was her birthday today? What? Yo. Happy birthday, Riverboat Jack. Happy birthday. I hope it was wonderful. Let's get some Feels birthday mans in the chat for Riverboat Jack. Hope it was lovely. Also, what's up, Doodleburb?
Which is composed of Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, which is sort of the nucleus of a big kind of global war on terror conflict pitting Western states against Al-Qaeda and Islamic State affiliates. And so the trend for the past decade or so has been for Western forces to increasingly sort of invest in these countries and their fights against extremist insurgents. But as of 2 or 3 years ago, that trend has started to reverse as soldiers and military rulers have overthrown democratically elected, according to some, regimes in those countries. And so you had a series of coups in Mali and Burkina Faso, each of which has had 2 within the past couple of years.
What's up, Bicep?
And the more coups sort of hit Mali and Burkina Faso, the more Niger stood apart as this sort of an exception.
Kumsa, I couldn't write Niger in Caroline's chat. I couldn't understand why while we were talking about Niger, but understood why after a few days. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's I feel like everybody on Twitch had to like just in the past like few weeks start to like go and allow the word and the name of the country Niger to be like allowed in their chat, because usually when people use that word, you know what I mean, when Niger is not in the news, it's, you know, you know what I'm saying. But welcome in, everybody.
And you know, was labeled as a sort of paragon of
I'm aware of breakthrough news. Kairos Rev, welcome
democracy in the region. The Western forces that were being displaced from Mali and Burkina Faso were increasingly moving into Niger to support Nigerian forces and to sort of carry on the same fight against extremist insurgent groups. And this put a lot of pressure on Niger. And ultimately, we had what happened a little over a week ago, which is the first sort of this round of coups has hit Niger.
We should just say that the Sahel runs from Eritrea all the way across the African continent to Senegal, and it basically parallels the equator. And is it considered a region because of the? I mean, how is it organized as a region? Like, why do we? Is it just because of the specifically like the climate and the terrain, or what is it that makes that a region? Because it's such an odd, to my eye, anyways. It just seems to be an odd sort of configuration for a region.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very sort of nebulous concept. There isn't really an agreement on what the word Sahel really refers to. It has a kind of environmental and geographic definition, which has to do with how much grassland is present. It can be used to apply to areas as diverse as Eritrea to the east and Cape Verde to the west. But in recent years, it's really been kind of associated.
What, Sam Tasty?
With a group of 5 countries that have been the sort of focal point of Western efforts to support counterterrorism in West Africa. And those 5 countries.
There's Doge Senpai. There's a lot of great music, rock music from Niger. I actually just found out about a new artist from Niger recently too. Here, I'll pull it up on the side.
Are the 3 I mentioned earlier: Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, along with Chad and Mauritania.
You said that allegedly or so-called.
That's Taver knows what's up. Mdu, I don't know how to pronounce that. Mdu Mukhtar is fire, but I found out about another group. Hold on, let me pull it up.
Democratically elected in Burkina Faso, I guess, and in Niger.
Okay, here we go. This Nori and his Dorpa band. Oh wait, no, they're from Sudan. Okay, never mind. I might just have gotten it mixed up. Like, I think there's like videos of them playing in Niger. I might have just got it mixed up. Still fire though. It's Nori, yeah. Banger. Nori and his Dorpa band. I don't know why I thought they were from Niger, but Mdu Mokhtar is, and they're fire. This shit bangs too hard. Hell yeah. Anyway, moving on.
I'm wondering if you could just elaborate on why so-called.
Yeah, well, I was specifically referring to Niger, but I mean it's apt for each of the countries. There's this sort of expectation that democratic elections and transitions can sort of take place, and there's a lot of support for these types of elections to take place. And the war on terror has kind of made it much more important for these types of transitions to take place and for elected leaders to be put into power for the purposes of sort of partnership. And this has led to a lot of sort of oversight and wishful thinking in terms of what these actual administrations are doing. And it's also led to there being a lot less accountable to their own populations and a lot more accountable to sort of foreign donors and military support. So in the case of Niger, for example, it's a really, it was touted as this sort of successful democratic transition, the first in the country's history. President Bazoum took over from his predecessor, who he was politically aligned with, and who he was basically chosen to handpick to succeed. And there were elections were held. There were irregularities. There were reports of fraud. The main opposition candidate was imprisoned on trumped-up charges. But in the end, the election was sort of seen as credible enough, given the needs of basically Western powers to continue working with the country. The bar was pretty low. So President Bazoum, in terms of how he came into power, it was sort of it has been exaggerated, the extent to which he was he could count as a credibly democratically elected leader, given how low the bar is. And since he came into power, he's actually done a pretty good job in certain areas. He kind of has a mixed track record. He has worked very hard to sort of cement partnerships with the United States and France. But he has also worked on security questions in the country and had some really positive results in certain areas. On the political front, he has sort of continued with his predecessor in terms of harassing and arresting journalists and bloggers who criticize or question some of his cabinet's moves, or who call for investigations into massive corruption scandals, and has done things like ban protests and sort of covered up or associated with really corrupt elites. So there's a really big sort of separation between how he's perceived on the outside and the types of rhetoric that we're hearing now from Secretary of State Antony Blinken or from the French foreign minister, who are calling for his restoration as the representative of constitutional order, the guarantor of constitutional order, and how he's seen inside the country, which is much more nuanced and in many cases negative perception.
So and just to catch people up, so Mamadou Issoufou, forgive me for mispronouncing all of these names. I can't pronounce much anyway. But he served 2 terms. There was a peaceful transition of power by someone with arguably democratically elected. There was nearly a coup, though, right on the eve of the election. Was that my understanding? And the essentially the head of the security forces that protected the previous president stayed on and was in many respects sort of like instrumental in this coup going forward. Do we get a sense of like how much of the interest that the Western that the colonial powers, frankly, have in Niger is a function of stuff like uranium, which I think is the biggest export from Niger, and how much of it is a way of maintaining like a some type of control over like ISIS aligned groups or Islamist aligned groups that might destabilize the whole region? Or am I saying the same thing when I say those 2 things, essentially? Is that the same sort of like incentive structure?
I mean, there are certainly, material interests, in terms of mining interests. Arguably it gets a little bit exaggerated to what extent France still holds on to close ties in Niger as a function of its dependency on uranium, which is mined in northern Niger, which happens to have a very refined source of yellowcake, which fuels much of the French power grid.
Like a lot,
in terms of, to what extent current policies are dictated by material interests like mining and extractive industry interests, or policy priorities like
ISIS versus Taliban. What the fuck are you talking about?
Combating terrorism. I think it's helpful to sort of look at installations in the country. Northern Niger is the site of French uranium mining. And it's also the site of a relatively recent American Air Force base, as well as what's been reported on as a sort of CIA drone base a little bit further north of that. So it's obviously a very strategic area, both for France and for the United States. France, could France do without Niger's uranium? More so than is generally being acknowledged at this point. But at the same time, there is an interest in sort of keeping it out of the hands of other actors. And there's also a sense that uranium prices fluctuating.
So there's so much happening.
As they do. The territorial arrangements that France has in northern Niger could become a lot more valuable in coming years. So for instance, after the Fukushima disaster, the price of uranium plummeted. and it's sort of stayed pretty low since then. And France has actually kind of drawn down its uranium exploitation in northern Niger. But that doesn't mean that it's willing to sort of give up this territory, and things could change and it could become a lot more valuable.
Speaking of that, I mean, that sort of dynamic of controlling the spigot of these things, we may not need the uranium, but we want to make sure maybe the Chinese or the Russians don't get a hold of it, and them, turning that into either using it themselves or providing it to other governments. What is their presence there? Let's start with Russia, because it does have a feel of like a potential where this region could become even more of a proxy type of conflict. It seems like, because as far as I've read, it sounds like Russia has condemned the coup, but the Wagner group is there. Supporting the coup. Is that the case, or did I misread that, or what are we to make from that?
That's almost right. There is this kind of strange dissonance between what the Russian Foreign Ministry has said about the coup, which is, as you say, condemning it. Wagner isn't yet in Niger, to my knowledge, but it has been kind of credibly reported that the junta leaders have met with Wagner in neighboring Mali, following the playbook of Mali and Burkina Faso. Shortly after military rulers toppled the elected governments, they also opted to sort of swap out France as their primary security partner with Wagner. What's kind of an open question is to what extent Wagner and the Russian Defense Ministry and the Russian state are aligned on this and working together on this. And it's not really clear yet what the answer to that is. But I think we can definitely see, Prigozhin was sort of congratulating Niger on its coup and calling it, an important sort of.
I mean, I don't know, even if there is dissonance between, I'm no fucking expert, obviously, but it seems to me that even if there is dissonance between Wagner and the Kremlin, that it is definitely, it's not a sign of how the Russians feel, you know what I mean, about it. Wagner and Russia are just playing politics against the West. They don't really care about the welfare of the people there. Of course, yeah. They asked the Wagner PMG for military support. Wagner supports military coups, but Putin took hostages. It really sounds like the region is just there for the highest bidder's discretion. When you describe their democratic leader as barely meeting the definitions, there's issues. Yeah, it's a fucking mess. It's a fucking mess because no matter what you say, there is a bad actor somewhere along the way. Yeah. Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, and even Central Africa, Russia intervention. I wouldn't say the West cares about the welfare of Nigerians. France is just doing neocolonialism. Yes, but it's like, if it is true that the Russians, the Russians have interests, in the absence of the West, there's obviously issues with that. But obviously, being somebody myself from the United States, I kind of have a very specific distaste for Western and American imperialism and stuff. So I don't know. It's just a mess, man. It's a mess.
Process.
China do the best possible way. You mean China's form of economic imperialism? Yeah.
Of decolonization.
I do think that is the best way. The best kind of imperialism, if I have to choose.
And we know that the Wagner Group is certainly interested in finding new clients on the African continent that would provide it with money, funds in terms of extractive resources, and in exchange, it can deliver security assistance. And what we've seen in Mali is that there have been some efforts to sort of try to use Wagner for counterterrorism purposes, but there's also a sense that they're functioning as a kind of Praetorian Guard and really protecting the military regime instead of working to consolidate security in the parts of the country that are dealing with Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State.
Shut up, Isu.
Who else does France and the West not want to have access to that uranium? Just about everybody else, but I mean, I guess where is their from their perspective, who is the greatest concern?
Your mother.
I don't want to.
Your
I
mama.
don't want to sort of make any statements about that right now because I'm not too up to speed on the latest. I believe China is actually mining uranium, or at least has a contract to mine uranium, in northern Niger as well. As of a couple of years ago, I don't know where they're at with that now. They certainly wouldn't want it getting into Iranian hands, for example. There's an interesting observation. If you look at the last coup in Niger, which was in 2010, I believe, and it was another one of these sort of what gets called a democratizing coup because it ended up being pretty popular and toppled, a ruler who was about to help himself to an unconstitutional third term. And the people welcomed it, and it was largely bloodless or entirely bloodless. But at the time, what he was doing was giving out a lot of uranium licenses, to prospecting licenses to foreign countries. So, there's a lot of French officials like to really sort of downplay the extent to which France depends on, the currency, the West African currency, whose reserves are held in French banks. Or uranium, which comes from northern Niger. But there's no question that these continue to represent significant strategic interests for France and are seen as sort of a Western, sort of buttress against foreign rivals.
So ultimately, what is the interest of the U.S. and the West to actually support, or how sincere is their support, I guess I should say, for the ousted president Bazoum, and what is that founded on? I mean, it sounds like the coup was perpetrated by, someone who had been in there for at least someone who had been protecting the prior president. Is it? So, how sincere is are these protestations, and what are they hoping? What is the U.S. and the West interest genuinely in terms of the outcome?
Oh my God, we get the question, brother.
They're very sincere. President Bazoum is considered.
He's just like me for real.
Seen really as the perfect kind of leader. He was someone. He came from an ethnic minority in his own country. He was someone who was able to. He was a very skilled politician. I'm speaking of him like he's dead. I mean, he's still alive. He might be returned to power. I think it's increasingly unlikely. But he made a reputation for himself as a very skilled politician, as a very skilled diplomat, someone who was able to juggle a lot of very difficult competing interests. And he was, especially as Mali and Burkina Faso kind of crumbled to repeated military coups and their security situations kept.
Yeah, no, Solus, I'm talking shit, but for sure, yeah, there's no ambiguity. You get a good question. That's to the point. Yeah, for sure. I think they're doing a good job at asking the right questions. That we're all of us that are also undereducated on the politics of the region. Are curious about.
And Wagner started to move in Mali and perhaps into Burkina Faso. It hasn't been confirmed yet. It became sort of more and more important that Niger was, for the West and was a strategic partner of the West. So we are going to see some fighting to sort of resist Niger going down a similar path as Mali and Burkina Faso. It's really seen as sort of the nail in the coffin. For the Western.
That's the thing, Doodleburb, is it's not that simple, unfortunately. There are so many different parts, moving parts, different elements, lots of history, lots of context, lots of pros and cons to every like we were saying earlier, no matter which way you go, whatever your view or your perspective, your opinion, your political perspective is on it, you are going to run into like a lot of bad actors along the way, no matter which way you go, which sucks. But like we obviously, as in me, a leftist from the United States of America, has a very like, I obviously have a very like Americentric view of, well, things generally. And as a leftist, I have from America, I have a particular disdain and distaste for Western imperialism. So I'm like very knee-jerk reaction to want to like support things that don't continue the Western hegemony. But obviously things are not that simple. You know what I mean? It's not like West, you know, as like a leftist or whatever, it's not like West bad, which means everything else good. That's not how life works. But yeah, so yeah.
Effort to intervene to sort of stabilize the Sahel.
Western exploitation bad or Wagner bad? Choose one.
Which by many measures already is long, you know, dead and buried. But that has
like Russia,
that has yet to be sort of acknowledged or navigated. In terms of, you know, strategic resources and assets, you know, the U.S. has these bases in northern Niger that mean that it has a particular interest in continuing to have a relationship with Niger. So if you look at, you know, the wording, the U.S. has yet to call what's happened a coup.
Oh, she's breaking up. They can't. They still haven't called it a coup because that would mean that they would have to change. They did pause, I believe, aid to Niger, like I believe military aid to Niger. But as far as I know, they still do. There is still American boots on the ground in Niger and a drone base. So, yeah, I don't think they really want anything to pop off there right now. I think that would just be like inconvenient.
Sort of negotiate for Bazoum and ideally put him back in place, which I think it's much too late for now. But the base really sort of figures into it. It's not an easy country for the U.S. to disengage from.
And just to be clear, they can't acknowledge it being a coup because then it becomes a real problem to maintain these relationships. So when you say fight,
financial,
maintain the financial relationship. So how do you anticipate, if you don't think that Bazoum is going to be brought back into power, would the West and the U.S. Be able to get around the idea of a coup if there was some third party installed? Like, what happens next?
So far, I mean, there are a few possible outcomes. We've seen efforts for mediation, one of which has been led by the United States. They've been going very poorly. The one from the West African regional body started out with a very aggressive deadline, threatening to send troops if Bazoum wasn't restored within a week. That did not go down well or succeed. The deadline has passed. Nothing's happened, apart from sanctions, which punish the population, and in some ways sort of consolidate support for the military rulers by posing an external threat. Possible outcomes, you know. What happened in Mali and Burkina Faso was that after the first coup, there was another coup. So, you know, one possible outcome is once the sort of efforts to restore Bazoum, restore constitutional order, start to peter out, and also it bears keeping in mind that, you know, the Sahel is really not a strategic priority globally for the United States. You know, as important as the northern Niger base or bases may be. You know, compared to Ukraine and the Middle East, it remains pretty low on the totem pole, and attention is scarce. So, you know, I think what's likely, I think the junta is here to stay. There's a lot of popular support in the streets. We're seeing big pro-junta protests and various factions kind of lining up behind them. They just named a prime minister who's a sort of palatable technocrat with great relationships with European financial institutions. So I think we're going to see them sort of, you know, talk their way into legitimacy. And then it'll really be a question of how they navigate the problem of security partnerships, because it's impossible to ally with Wagner and France and the US at the same time. So, we may see attention sort of wane, and once the threat of intervention or sanctions is sort of lifted, that may bring out internal dissent among the putschists and sort of more competition for power. Another thing we might see is movements in northern Niger from factions that maybe are loyal to Bazoum or are loyal to France, or don't like the direction that things are taking. The area of northern Niger has a history of rebellion, which hasn't happened in the past couple of decades, which is kind of remarkable. But it certainly sort of starts to become a prospect if the capital is taken over by military rulers. It may mean that certain regions will start to have other ideas about how they want to be ruled.
What do you make of some of the reporting I saw out of The Intercept from someone like Nick Turse that it was Nick's reporting that some of these military leaders had received U.S. military training, or some of the military operators that participated in the coup?
There's no question that's true. And it's sort of.
But what is does that automatically mean that there's a correlation? I don't know that.
Sort of a trope at this point. Whenever there's a coup, that it gets kind of reported on that the U.S. trains these figures and knows these figures. I don't think it's
yeah, for sure. But I mean,
what Nick Turse and The Intercept are trying to suggest that it says. It's certainly not. These coups and this upheaval and this type of unrest is really not in the U.S. interest at all. I think it speaks more to flaws in U.S. strategies for engagement with this region, which are extremely sort of military-led, and the types of relationships and investments that American leaders keep making and maintaining and thinking will pay off don't seem to be paying off in the way that they would like. There's without a question.
We train everybody, it feels like. I mean, just to sort of like put our chips on, we're going to, it's like going to the roulette table, it feels like, and we're going to bet on every single bet there is. And usually that comes back to bite us a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at not only the coups, but also the human rights track records of soldiers who've been trained by Western forces,
I don't think that it necessarily directly means there's a correlation between the coup and the U.S. State Department or something. I don't think that definitely means that the U.S. did that coup. While the U.S. does tons of coups. Absolutely has done many a coup. What she's saying right now, that the U.S. has trained a lot of fucking people that have done a lot of fucking bad things. It doesn't necessarily mean that they were all planned to happen by the United States. A lot of people that get trained historically by the United States end up becoming armed or whatever, end up becoming enemies. So, I mean, I don't know. It necessarily, for sure means
it's grim. It's
that
grim
there's
stuff.
a correlation.
I think what it really sort of calls for is a rethink of, types of military partnerships and engagement on the continent, and in particular, this notion that counterterrorism, and counterinsurgency require these types of military interventions, which in the Sahel have created so many more problems than they wanted to solve in the first place.
Hannah Ray Armstrong, thank you so much for your time today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you,
Thanks
Hannah.
very much for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Very nice. Very cool. Very wonderful. Lovely. All right, chat. Next up, we're going to talk about Maui, more specifically, Brandon going to Maui. Biden tells Maui the U.S. grieves with you and promises help after touring wildfire damage. Then we're going to go to Jesse Waters, our good friend at Fox News, Jesse Waters. You won't believe this obnoxious story Biden just told in Maui. Can't wait to hear about that. Then Good Politic Guy, probably talking about this. Fox News blames Biden for California tropical storm, or at least the same segment. Then we have a new More Perfect Union, Leisha Miller, GDF, Renegade Cut, exclamation point watching in the chat if you would like a link to the playlist. However, before we get into all that, we're going to run an ad break because it's been about an hour since our last ad break. And here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when we run ads, we run them about every hour or so, and while the streamer is away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. However, if you would like to support the stream, support me, the streamer, and also get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you gotta do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to. Maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubscribed friends in the chat, one of our unsubscribed comrades in the community that may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way they may also be able to enjoy the Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of us. We're currently at 8 out of 30 for the daily sub goal. Over the weekend, we dropped a whole bunch of subs. So trying to catch back up, see if we can get back to where we were before. Thank you so much for all the support. Really appreciate it. Every little piece of support goes a long way. This is my main source of income, so it is very, very, very much appreciated. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. Alrighty. We're back. Dun, 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 dun. We're back. All right, where were we? Yeah, it's time. It's time. Let's see what Biden had to say in Maui yesterday. Then we'll see what Jesse Waters thinks about that. And then we'll look at the new Good Politic guy, More Perfect Union, Legia Miller, GDF, Renegade Cut. After that, let's go. And this is a car, Mr. President.
To my left.
Holy fuck.
Is the banyan tree. Beloved by this community for over 150 years. Here in the former capital of the Kingdom, Hawaii, that has stood for generations as a sacred spot.
Until what? Until what happened?
Of exceptional significance. One of the people who took me under his wing when I first got to the Senate was Danny Inouye. He used to talk about the Kingdom of Hawaii. He came from Japan, but it was amazing to listen to him. Today is burned, but it's still standing. The tree survived for a reason. I believe
it really is, nice news that the banyan tree didn't die, because it's really fucking old, and that would just be too symbolically terrible.
It's a very powerful symbol.
The roots.
What we can and will do to get through this crisis. And for as long as it takes, we're going to be with you. The whole country will be with you. We will be respectful of the sacred grounds and the traditions that rebuild the way the people of Maui want to build, not the way others want to build. We're going to rebuild the way the people of Maui want to build. But it's going to be hard. America's deadliest wildfire in over a century. And Jill and I have what's left, walk Front Street, what's left of it. We've surveyed the damage from the air as well. The devastation is overwhelming. To date, 114 dead, hundreds of people unaccounted for. But I also want all of you to know the country grieves with you, stands with you, and will do everything possible to help you recover, rebuild, and respect culture and traditions when the rebuilding takes place. From stories of grief.
Will respecting culture and traditions include preventing predatory developers from trying to buy their way in?
We've seen so many stories of hope and heroism, of the Aloha spirit. Every emergency responder put their lives on the line for us, save others.
The puppy.
Everyday heroes, neighbors helping neighbors, Native Hawaiian leaders offer.
Yeah, it will not include stopping the U.S. military base from poisoning the residents of Hawaii.
Solace and strength. And this banyan tree. One called it the diamond in the rough of hope. Another referred to fire cannot reach its roots, what he said. Fire cannot reach its roots. That's Maui. That's America. And to the people of Hawaii, we're with you for as long as it takes, I promise you.
I promise you, giving Hawaii back. Yeah. All right. Now let's go to the real news. All right, none of this fucking bullshit. All right, let's get the fucking truth from the source. Jessica Waters, let's go.
Fox News alert, you're not going to believe what kind of obnoxious story the president just...
Alert, Brandon.
...told the people of Hawaii. Listen.
I don't want to compare difficulties, but we have a little sense, Jill and I, what it's like to lose a home. Years ago, now 15 years ago, I was in Washington doing Meet the Press. It was a sunny Sunday. And lightning struck at home on a little lake that's outside of our home, not a lake, a big pond, and hit a wire and came up underneath our home into the heating ducts, the air conditioning duct.
Okay, Biden.
Bro, you didn't even let him finish. Bro, come on. Yeah, he's old and fucking like is really bad at telling stories and they're boring as fuck and stuff. But like, bro, like what you didn't even show us the whole clip of the whole story. I wanted to hear the rest of the story. 2, you're just gonna complain about half of a story that we didn't even hear the end of? Like, come on, man.
He lost his home from a lightning strike. He had a small kitchen fire that was contained in less than 20 minutes. And the fact that he went to Hawaii with almost 1,000 people.
All right, so what do you think we should do about Hawaii? What Jesse? What are your thoughts? What would you have done?
Missing over 100 dead, and no one has a home anymore. And said, I lost my home too. A lie when there was a small kitchen fire. That was pretty disgraceful.
Is this the whole video? Oh my God, this was only a minute long, dude. Wow. Okay, I feel cheated. I feel duped. Like I didn't get what I wanted, dude. What a fucking... What the fuck, man? That was whack. Everything else is about Hunter's hog. And fucking... It's like, see, Hunter's hog, Distinko. Yeah, more fucking Team Biden. Democrats think you're stupid. True. That's true. Clip chimps. That's always so hard for me to say. Whatever. Fuck that. Let's go to Good Politic, guys.
All right. So it feels like these extreme weather-related stories have just been piling up on top of each other in rapid succession, obviously as the impacts of climate change are continuing to worsen and as we continue to do nowhere close to enough in order to try to transition away from a dirty fossil fuel-based economy and towards a renewable one. And we just were talking about the Maui fires over in Hawaii, and now over the last day or so, there's been a massive tropical storm that just slammed into California, which is a place that is not really supposed to get storms like this, like at all. Like this is the first one of this severity to hit this state in close to, I think, 100 years at this point. So
80 years.
Some basic information on this.
1939.
And it was also not just the tropical storm. There was also sort of like a
I don't know how many years that is. Did I get that wrong?
That they got hit with
1939, I believe.
In addition to the storm, there was also an earthquake, a magnitude like 5 earthquake, which they say, I guess, is like sort of middle of the road, not too extreme, but also could have some significant effects from it as well that hit at the same exact time. But here's some more information just on the flooding and the storm itself. They say here from Axios, the big picture, it's rare for a tropical storm to hit the region. The storm is bringing the likelihood of catastrophic and life-threatening flooding to parts of the U.S. Southwest through Monday, while prompting unprecedented tropical storm warnings for L.A. and San Diego. They say the threat level, the storm brought 2 years or more worth of rain in California's desert areas. 2 years in one day. And now a post-tropical storm swirling through Nevada, it produced tropical rainfall rates, which can be
real
torrential.
quick, actually, on this subject. This is crazy. So here's this study here from UC San Diego. California's Salton Sea may be staving off earthquakes as it disappears. There's a correlation between the declining amount of water in the Salton Sea and the amount of earthquakes. So the weight of the Salton Sea, Lake Cahuilla, is direct correlates directly with how many earthquakes we feel because of the stress it puts on the San Andreas fault line, apparently. Really fucking interesting. So apparently that would mean that since the declining amount of water in the Salton Sea over the past, however many recent years, means that we've been seeing less earthquakes, which could be bad because it would mean that the more stress is building up on the fault line, meaning that the big one that California is overdue for by 300 years or some shit could be worse. So if anything, the water like that was just dumped on Southern California, adding like just brought back like a bunch of the size of that lake. Apparently, that could cause more earthquakes. Could be the reason why we experience, or a part of the reason why we experienced an earthquake at the same time as the tropical storm hitting Southern California. So it could mean that either it's the increased weight of the Salton Sea could mean more small earthquakes, which would be a good thing because it would mean less stress is being released, little bits of stress is being released at a time instead of it just going crazy and destroying everything. Or it could trigger the big one and we could get a fucking 8.5 fucking earthquake and just see like insane annihilation. Who knows? Who knows? You know, it's a gamble. You know, we'll just have to see. Fuck it.
Areas that rarely, if ever, have experienced them. And they continue down here showing a little bit of the...
Is the fault line a lib?
Maps in terms of where the heaviest rainfall was located. And they also have an interesting map here in terms of the sort of like density of this precipitation. And it seems like, again, it was located mostly... It hit Mexico pretty hard, actually, but located mostly in Southern California and then southwest Nevada as well. And I mean, we're talking about, as I point out here, tens of millions of people who have been impacted by this. And of course, they tied in here at the end to climate change, saying that human-caused climate change is leading to more frequent and intense extreme precipitation events. It is also causing tropical storms and hurricanes to produce more rainfall as a warmer atmosphere and oceans allow these storms to carry more moisture. And I mean, keep in mind, I was just talking about a couple weeks ago, we had ocean temperatures, now granted this was the Atlantic Ocean, but like off the coast of Florida, that were basically just hot tub temperatures. They were like over 100 degrees in the ocean. I mean, just completely insane stories, right? There's the other stories that were...
Why are you complaining? That sounds nice. I love hot tubs. You mean to tell me there's a free hot tub out there available to everybody and you're complaining?
Coming out of Phoenix,
Liberals.
Arizona, where
I'm telling you,
people
man.
were literally just falling down on the pavement, and then their ICUs were filling up because people were getting burned just by falling on the ground, right? And then also in Phoenix, you had like, you know, an entire month straight within the month of July where they were averaging over 100 degrees, Fahrenheit, which again is like borderline unlivable for human beings.
No, it is unlivable if you are houseless. It is unlivable if you live on the streets.
Okay, we're talking about millions of people that are being impacted by this, obviously not just in the United States, but around the rest of the world as well. And, mostly it's going to be poorer countries internationally or, poorer communities within the United States that are going to be facing the brunt of a lot of the consequences of climate change.
Yeah, just don't touch the ground, obviously. Just pick yourself up by your bootstraps and float. Idiot.
Which, as a reminder, is being driven essentially by like 100 corporations around the world right now, and obviously the underlying capitalist forces that are at work in as a part of that equation as well. But just to give you some more imagery here in terms of what this looked like on the ground, we got like fallen trees. I saw a video of cars that were on this highway stretch that had obviously gathered a little bit of water, and cars were just plowing straight through it and then spinning out, and there was a row of like 15 cars that had crashed on the road. Obviously bridges and roads being destroyed as well, cars still trying to get through it, people being impacted by this. I mean, that just looks absolutely insane right there. We had some mudslides and other things that they were...
Oh my god, I thought that was a pig because it was pink. It's like, oh my god, they brought their pig out to go for a walk during this storm? Like, what the fuck?
Pointing out,
I mean, still, you're a dog, though.
In that previous article, and some seriously intense flooding as well. As pointed out here by the Sunrise Movement, they say, be fucking for real. This is a climate emergency. They are 100% correct. I mean, just look at that flooding. And I actually scrolled down here. I made the mistake of looking at some replies on X.com, or formerly known as Twitter. And
it's making me so nervous while he scrolls down.
These are some of the responses to this tweet. I mean, we're talking about, look at this video here, right? And the responses here are, hi, that appears to be weather. Okay, and it's actually called a...
Damn, so true. Fuck, got me.
They happen all the time.
Checkmate.
Right? AKA a flood in a country with poor drainage standards. We might have poor drainage standards, but that doesn't change the fact that this is an unprecedented historical storm that we're seeing, and that we're seeing these, what are supposed to be like once in a century storms, what seems like on a weekly basis at this point, right? That is not actually normal. It is not actually just the weather, as they're pointing out here. So these were just some, dickhead idiots on Twitter, but I'm going to show you a couple other examples here just in a second of some, senators and, high level media personalities
never
who are
heard of
also
it.
doing the same thing as these people are doing here. But there was also one other thing that I just wanted to point out, that apparently they're also tracking some pretty
Oh my
significant,
God, there's a
early stages
giant orange blob heading straight for Texas. Oh God. But that's the tropical storm, or the tropical depression, I guess it's called, currently happening in the Gulf, right? I assume.
Storm formations in the Atlantic as well that could be heading towards the Gulf of Mexico. So that's also going to be something to be watching out for. And I mean, we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these stacked up in a row, going all the way from the western coast of Africa.
Tropical depression is my like surf rock band.
Over here towards Cuba and Haiti, and then going on to Texas there. So that's going to be another thing we got to keep our eye on. And now we get to the sort of, I guess, media literacy aspect of this video that I wanted to cover, and also just the general.
Oh my God! Oh, come on! Is this real? Dude, are you serious? You dumb fuck, Ted Cruz, are you serious? Dude, this has been, oh my God, dude, this is such an old meme. Ted Cruz, you dumb fuck. There's no way. Are you serious?
That media covers this kind of an issue, right? Because if you notice, whenever I cover some serious event like this, right, usually, or I would say probably 100% of the time, I'm tying it directly to climate change, right? Man-made, anthropogenic climate change.
He said, holy
that,
crap.
Should be the main focus of this conversation.
That's
Because things are not just
crazy.
like one-off events. They're not just like, something that comes and goes as a normal part of how the world is going to work. No, it's not sustainable, the direction, the trajectory that we are heading in, and that is because of the effects of climate change, which are just going to continue to get worse and worse over time the longer that we put off any real meaning.
I'm surprised Elon didn't comment looking into this.
Structural reforms and actions in order to change the way that we are consuming and using energy around the world, while we're destroying the planet, right, and making it borderline unlivable for ourselves and for the future of humanity. And so that's where I like to focus most of the conversation usually when I'm talking about this. Other people have some different strategies, right? So I just want to start off here with Ted Cruz.
What's up, postmodern?
Just giving a little reaction here to a picture of a fucking shark on a highway. And believe it or not, this is not actually from the most recent flooding in California. Just complete lie, a complete fabrication.
No, this
here
is
from the
this is in
Twitter
LA,
account,
dude.
Big Cat, who I guess works for Barstool Sports, I guess. Big Cat spreading some good old misinformation out there. Ted Cruz buying it hook, line, and sinker. And apparently, we don't even know like where the original origins of this photo actually is. Apparently, it's just a digital hoax, right?
Yeah, somebody made that. What is this? What did you do? What did you do?
So just the general.
Oh my God! Oh, come on! Is this real? Does
Dude,
this
are you
real?
serious?
You dumb fuck, Ted Cruz. Are you serious? Fuck you, dude. This has been. Oh my God, dude. Does this real? Is such an old meme. Ted Cruz, you shut the fuck up. What's up, Nicola?
It was used in 2011, 2015, 2016, and we have, of course, one of the top 100 most powerful people in the country. A
Does
US
it
senator
real?
From the state of Texas, Ted Cruz, who's just falling for that. Now, I guess he went on to admit that it was, bullshit. But these kinds of things were floating all around Twitter, and it was getting to the point where it was like, obviously, a lot of these are jokes. I don't know if this guy, Big Cat, was joking about this.
I mean, there was like. I saw a few posts go around with thousands of likes on it, of like Universal Studios rides where like there's rushing water down the. It's like, dude.
One, it doesn't really seem like he was, but
some people just like to see the world burn, you know what I mean, or get flooded, I guess, in this case.
You know, I've seen other people who are posting like, you know, videos from Disneyland in California where they have some ride that I guess is supposed to like simulate a flood within LA, and it's like showing
that's Universal
Studios. Water flushes in and everybody screams, and you know, the kids on the ride and everything like that. And we had like actual journalists who work for like real, you know, official established news outlets who were like responding to those posts on Twitter, and they were being like, can we use this for our news report? Like, this is crazy. This looks insane. I mean, it's just like people are obviously like taking the piss to a large extent. But again, we have some, you know, journalists, and we also have senators who are just like, eating this up, right? And then we also have the flip side of that, which is
what a fucking idiot, dude.
You know, networks like
also he liked porn on 9/11. Never forget.
Fox News choose to frame these things. There was this one which kind of blew my mind, but they essentially decided to, I guess, blame Joe Biden for this hurricane or tropical storm hitting landfall. So let's listen to this one here.
Big story tonight. The wrath of Tropical Storm Hillary. 42 million desperate souls in the path of the storm, which made landfall in Mexico several hours ago. But they let it right into the country because it's Biden's America. Its impact.
What? Wait. No way. This is a joke, right? That's a joke. They're joking. This is them being silly.
Souls in the path of the storm, which.
Wait.
The wrath of Tropical Storm Hillary. 42 million desperate souls in the path of the storm, which made landfall in Mexico several hours ago. But they let it right into the country because it's Biden's America.
Yeah, it's a joke. Okay.
Far from over. This is the first tropical storm to hit California.
Okay, so.
God damn it.
What? Like, I guess that was kind of like a joke in some way, but what was the voice that you were doing? Why were you using that kind of like, you know, tone and inflection?
Wait, that's like the way she talks all the time. What the fuck? First time watching Fox News?
Voice when you were delivering that. I mean, this is a hurricane. We're talking about a tropical storm that could potentially kill a bunch of people, you know, cause billions of dollars.
Yeah, but it's California. But it's California. They hate California. Tone policing.
And, you know, property damage.
They're basically just actors, yeah.
And things like that. And you're just sort of like, you know, flippantly discussing this thing. But then on top of that, blaming it on Joe Biden and, you know, saying, I guess, some sort of like an implication on his open border policy and saying,
that's a joke.
You know, trying to say that because it hit Mexico.
Yeah,
and then it went on
they're being, it's self-parody, right? Like She Doesn't Love You said. It's like they're actors. They're very self-aware. They know what they're doing. They do it well. You know, they know what they're doing. They do it well.
That this is
they're self-referential
because of Joe Biden's open border policy or something like that. I mean, like, what the fuck is going on, right? And we also had another recent one that I didn't get to cover on this channel, but I mean, this is just another example in terms of how Fox News now.
Jesse Waters says climate change is a psyop to raise taxes and make people anxious. Yes. Yeah, and it's actually Big Pharma is trying to make you anxious with climate change so that they can overprescribe you, you know, anxiety meds, right? And then they can keep the masses under control. And then some. That's how you bring China into it, right? Because fentanyl and also Mexico, because fentanyl also
titans and you know, millionaires and billionaires and, you know, advertisers who want them to you know, head in this direction as well. And this is also just part of their broad, you know, ideological project on the right and, you know, amongst conservatives. But I mean, this is just another example here from Jesse Waters, right? Fox News' Jesse Waters says climate change is a psyop to raise taxes and make people anxious. When someone is that anxious, they'll do anything to solve the problem. I mean, okay, first of all, coming from
anything, I'll do anything. I'm so anxious, sir.
You know, an outlet like Fox News that is basically just 24/7, you know, rage bait to try to get people freaked out and hysterical and angry about something. I mean, this is the network that was running segments about how Eminem
and also the Chinese cartel in the U.S. shoplifting. The organized crime ring. That's the CCPX. You know, Mexican cartels, fucking collabo.
Sexy.
It's basically Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2's fucking campaign story, except instead of missiles, it's fentanyl that makes you trans.
Enough anymore, right? Okay, now they're turning around and saying, oh, climate change, which is like legitimately a threat to the human, civilization that we have built up, right? Now they're looking at that issue and saying, oh, well, if you're worried about climate,
it kills cops and makes people trans. If you're a cop, you pass out, you go away forever. If you're not a cop, you just turn trans.
PSYOP, right? It's not a PSYOP when an entire network is geared towards promoting the interests of fossil fuels, right? And they also have financial ties and an interest in promoting, those same corporations that are, reliant on fossil fuels for their profits, right? That's not the PSYOP. The PSYOP isn't that we have corrupt political leaders and a corrupt media ecosystem that is perpetuating the usage of fossil fuels to the detriment of the human species just to protect their profits. That's not the PSYOP. The PSYOP is people who are worried about climate change, I guess. I mean, again, this is our media, right? This is one of the most popular outlets in the country. And I've seen, this track with some polling data. There was some crazy poll that came out recently a couple weeks ago that was basically saying it's close to a majority. I mean, it was like 40% of the country thinks that we don't need to do anything about climate change right now, like in an immediate sense. They think, oh, maybe at some point, well, we got to do something, or maybe it'll figure itself out. But like people just have no legitimate scope in terms of the urgency of what the urgency and the scale of what kind of action is actually required, according to what the scientists are saying that we need to do to prevent, more situations like this. And just in a broad scopes way, right? Not just Fox News, because it's also CNN, it's also MSNBC. It's a broad media failure on this issue of climate change. But as pointed out here by Media Matters, they say only 4% of national TV news segments about the catastrophic wildfires in Hawaii mentioned climate change. 4%. You're talking about wildfires, okay, that were explicitly made worse. You can't say, okay, maybe it was instigated just purely because of climate change, right?
Really?
Maybe it was
only 4% of national TV news segments about the catastrophic wildfires in Hawaii mentioned climate change. I guess in total, because I feel like I've watched plenty of fucking coverage about the fires, and a lot of it was around climate change. Maybe I'm picking and choosing about what I want to talk about and what I want to emphasize, so that could have a lot to do with it, and that's fair. But I don't know. I mean, damn. Okay, 4%.
Telephone line or some power line that fell on the ground and it sparked it off. But we have like drier vegetation, we have more intense and frequent hurricanes and tropical storms that were in the region a couple 100 miles away or so, that made the winds significantly more strong, and that carried the fire even more than it otherwise would have been. I mean, so many different examples that we could point to of climate change having a direct impact on the likelihood of events like this happening, and 4% of the broad general national TV news that were specifically talking about this event didn't even mention climate change. I mean, think about that for a second. It's completely fucking insane, okay? So, I mean, again, you feel for the people that are in Maui, in Hawaii. You feel for the people that are in California. And there's also some major fires that are happening right now in Canada as well, in British Columbia.
It's in fucking in Washington State. There's insane fires. The whole western part, PNW and above, is like lit up.
Is obviously going to cause significant
Spokane.
damage. But, I mean, these are the kinds of things that are just going to continue happening and happening and happening at an increasing rate. And I think that, friend of the show, Kyle Kulinski, made a good point on this front, which is that there was a period.
Did you say friend of the show, Kyle Kulinski? I'm pretty sure good politic guy did producer stuff for Kyle Kulinski or something.
Of time, right? There was a long period of time where it seemed like we were getting reports about climate change, and maybe those reports seemed at the time a lot more intense and serious than what people were actually experiencing in their day-to-day lives, where things seem relatively stable and relatively okay. But now we're getting to the point where there are just stories about wildfires. I mean, again, I said this before in a previous segment, but I'm in DC, I'm in Washington DC, halfway down the U.S. East Coast, and I was having to they were sending recommendations to my phone that you need to stay inside because the air is toxic because of wildfires in Canada, right? And so people's direct experiences in their day-to-day lives and hearing stories like this constantly,
I can't believe Canada would do this.
Track with what we understand about the science of climate change, right? So maybe that's sort of a tiny.
And then he didn't tell him to not get that haircut. Not a good friend guy. You're saying that Kyle Kulinski should have told our friend here to get a better haircut. Kyle Kulinski, famously known for his good haircuts? Really? The other way around? Oh, okay, that's more fair. But this is you don't recognize him? You don't recognize this guy? Yeah, no, when he was younger, he started as Johnny Test. Yeah. This is him now. Feel old yet? Yeah. You know, Pete, you come a long way. Crazy.
Lining on this, and that maybe more and more people are going to be woken up to the reality of what's going on and what needs to be done.
Be careful who you make fun of in middle school.
But I mean, again, we have a Republican Party that is essentially a death cult on this issue of climate change.
They could grow up to be, you know, leftist fucking YouTuber.
I mean, you have guys like Trump, who obviously, you know,
God
fully in
forbid.
the pocket of, you know, the fossil fuel industry and wants to decimate. I mean, literally take a sledgehammer to the EPA, to you know, the agency that is responsible for literally regulating the environment with the EPA, and you know, wants to dismantle any regulations and rules surrounding the extraction and the use of fossil fuels. You have guys like Vivek Ramaswamy in the Republican primary right now, who, you know, consistently tweets out this list of what he calls the, you know, core truths of the United States of America, and like literally number 3 on that list is that fossil fuels are a requirement for human flourishing, right? Okay, so you have those demented fucks on the right,
stupid,
okay, and how they're trying to, you know, or not trying to address climate change. And then you also have people like, you know, Joe Biden and Joe Manchin on the you know, Democratic side of that equation that are also, I mean, not that much better. They're not worse. I mean, they're not equal, but they're also not that much better. I mean, Joe Biden approving the Willow Project, right? Touting this historic investment of climate change, which is like, you know, 1% of what we spend on our military budget on an annual basis. You know, allowing his climate legislation to be largely dictated by a literal fossil fuel millionaire coal baron of Joe Manchin in West Virginia. So, I mean, we're obviously not even doing remotely close to what we need to be doing on this issue of climate change. And again, we're just going to keep seeing this shit more and more and more. People are going to lose their homes. People are going to lose their lives and their family members. And it's just going to continue getting worse. So sorry to end it on a doomer note, but there you have it.
What the fuck, dude?
One is saying good politic guy has the best politic.
Jesus. Gosh. You're just gonna leave us like that? You're just gonna leave us hanging like that? Shit is fucked up. Like and subscribe. But you should go like and subscribe. I like good politic guy. Exclamation point watching in the chat if you would like a link to the playlist that contains all of the videos that we have watched already this evening and all of the videos that we will be watching this evening. Next up, new more perfect union. Could America have a general strike like France? Question mark? The Classroom featuring Alice Capel. Let's check it out.
Hi, my name's Alice.
Holy fucking loud. Hold on. Relax.
I'm a French YouTuber, and a couple of months ago I started posting about the French protests on social media. As the protests continued, I made a video about it on my YouTube channel, and that's when I noticed a common theme in my comment section. Some people said the French will protest for anything, or why can't something like this happen in America? Now, I couldn't help but feel the powerlessness in those comments. And the same sentiments were reflected in American media coverage. The accepted narrative seemed to be that the types of protests taking place in France could never happen in America because French people and French culture were just different.
The French love to protest.
The culture of
They just love it.
runs deep. Striking and protesting was the French national pastime. French retirees are outraged that the retirement age is going to go up from just 62 years old to 64. They really do love their strikes.
The fact of the matter is Americans don't like the fact that they're retiring later, but they're not, at this particular point, going out on the streets and causing a lot of trouble.
This really bothered me. Why do we see protesting, striking, unionizing as something essentially cultural? Whose interest does it serve to promote this narrative? And finally, like my commenters said, could something like this,
more than 1 million striking against the president's proposed pension reform,
happen in America? We're going to get to the bottom of those questions right now. This is the Classroom from More Perfect Union, and today we're talking about Europe. Now, before we get to the nitty-gritty of it, I'd like to go and see why some fellow French citizens decided to show up to the protest today.
Parce qu'on est contre la réforme injuste et ignoble de M. Parce qu'on est
because we're against the despicable and unfair reform of Macron, and we don't refuse to let it pass. It's a denial of democracy. He's putting the country in an unbearable situation because everything is on pause. Well, I've been following the protests against the pension reform since the beginning. Yeah, and I really wanted to come to this one in particular because the law was passed, not voted, but passed. Shit. I remain profoundly opposed to the reform because there are other solutions, and I believe that if he Macron tried to listen to trade unionists, members of the parliament, I guess we're stopping there. The dialogue can only work if there are basic workers' rights. We talk about a dialogue a lot, but if workers don't have any rights, it's hard to ensure a fair dialogue. We all have a role and play in society, so we must fight, God damn it. We must fight for that, ensure better rights for workers, and we'll all live better.
Okay, back to the studio. So the first thing I did was to take a little bit of distance and look at where we come from. To make things simple, we can divide the last century in 3 eras. First, the era of decline of Union prosperity after the Second World War that progressed into the 1980s into an era of rapid deunionization in exchange for increasing management power. And finally, a third, potentially new era that we'll talk about later in the video. And to make things even simpler, we're going to create 2 tracks that will materialize Europe on the one hand and America on the other hand. That way we'll be able to check the progress made on each side as we move forward. But first, let's start with the beginning. We're in the late 1890s and unemployment is really high in the US. Between 3,000 to 4,000 unemployed workers gather in Union Square in New York to listen to one woman called Emma Goldman, an anarchist and a ferocious workers' rights advocate. Goldman told them the following, quote,
Anarchist. An anarchist. That sounds so much cooler with an accent. When an American talks, it just sounds stupid.
Demonstrate
an anarchist
before the palaces of the rich. Demand work. If they do not give you work, demand bread. If they deny you birth, take bread. 20 years before that, you could hear similar speeches in France as the Paris Commune sought to establish itself against the bourgeois republic. Revolution was in the air both in Europe and in the US. In 1935, the National Labor Relations Act was signed into law by President Franklin D. Roosevelt to quell industrial unrest and introduce collective bargaining between trade unions and employers. That's a serious step forward for America. Now, a year later, the left-wing coalition called Le Front Populaire, the Popular Front, won the French elections with a pro-workers' rights agenda. They established a 40-hour work week and forced employers to raise wages and to give employees 2 weeks of paid holidays. 10 years later, the right to strike was even put in the French constitution. Europe
she's a YouTuber? Oh, it says right here. Oh, fuck, I should have clicked into the... Why female rage is here to stay? Whammon? Hipster? Western activism doesn't work? My interest is piqued.
Up. At that time, it felt like a dialogue between employers and employees could exist because things were done to reduce the inequality of bargaining power between the two groups. But that didn't last long. As globalization and deindustrialization accelerated, union prosperity declined. In 2 decades, the US Parliament and several states established laws meant to make striking increasingly illegal. In response to major post-war strikes, Republicans and Democrats passed the Taft-Hartley Act, also called the Labor Management Relations Act, in 1947. The act restricted the activities and power of labor unions by first making secondary strikes illegal. It meant that union workers...
Did she say the US Parliament?
...could no longer support a strike initiated by workers in another corporation. Strikes could only be organized against the contractual employers. Now, these restrictions also exist in some European countries like Latvia, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, and the UK. And they can be applied in Germany, Italy, and Spain, depending on the nature of the strike. In France, on the other hand, secondary strikes are legal and solidarity action is common. The Taft-Hartley Act also allowed individual states, later called right-to-work states, to to outlaw the union shop and agency shop arrangements in companies. These arrangements forced newly hired employees to either join the company's union or at least pay union contributions, so getting rid of them helped decrease union membership. Finally, 20 years later, the controversial Public Employees Fair Employment Act of 1967, better known as the Taylor Law, prohibited New York State employees from striking. All these new obstacles forced America to put the brakes on union development. Before we look at what happened in Europe, did you notice how the meaning of words have changed there? First, we have a law titled Public Employees Fair Employment Act that made striking illegal and led to the incarceration of public workers. Then you have the right to work states, outlawing compulsory union membership, therefore implying that unions prevent employees from working. And finally, remember that the Labor Relations Act of the 1930s was amended by the Labor Management Relations Act. Words matter, and those examples show that the culture around work changed in favor of management. It was the beginning of a new era, the era of management power. So, what happened during that time in Europe? Well, Europe tried to resist the rise of free market capitalism. Eastern Europe was under the influence or part of the communist USSR, and Western Europe tended to reject US imperialism. For example, in May 1968, an unprecedented wave of protest as well as a general strike took over France, and was then followed by the Italian Eterno Caldo, meaning hot or
Yo, Mixecular, thank you. Thank you for getting to She Doesn't Love You. Very pog. Poggers chatter to poggers chatter. Thank you so much. Thank you.
During which Italian workers went on a series of strikes to demand better working conditions. Those two moments of resistance marked the history of labor in Europe. The goal was to ensure that economic shocks weren't instrumentalized to encourage the privatization of the economy or increase employers' power over employees. Let me give you an example. As unemployment rose in France in the 1970s, unions advocated for a policy of work sharing, which meant that employees' working hours would be reduced to encourage employers to hire new workers. Their motto was very simple: work less, work all. Unsurprisingly, it is around that time that Americans started working more than Europeans. Before that, it was the opposite. Americans worked less than Europeans. So it's not so much about cultural differences, but rather about unions' resistance and achievements in times of economic shock. After the shock, those achievements were often secured and became the new norm. However, while most of Europe was resisting the influence of the US, one European leader chose to open the door to neoliberalism.
The Iron Lady of the Western
world. No.
In 1979, Margaret Thatcher was elected as the UK Prime Minister. In the US, the neoliberal ideology was already well established and culminated with the election of Ronald Reagan in 1980.
Oh my goodness.
You wanted law and order in this town. You've got it.
Thatcher and Reagan were aggressively anti-union. They did not have
I think some of those old Ronald Reagan movies would be a good would be a good watch.
As soon as she was elected, Thatcher dismantled trade unions with a series of employment acts that made picketing increasingly illegal. Unsurprisingly, UK's percentage of trade union membership significantly decreased, despite being one of the strongest in Europe in the decades that came before that. On the other side of the Atlantic, Reagan chose a more spectacular approach to change his country's sentiments towards unions. On August 3rd, 1981, Reagan stepped onto a podium in the White House Rose Garden with a grey suit and perfectly combed hair to make an important statement.
I must tell those who failed to report for duty this morning, they are in violation of the law, and if they do not report for work within 48 hours, they have forfeited their jobs and will be terminated.
I want to pause.
That face, this face, like... We've all seen this, right? This is old, obviously. This is old news, obviously. The old news, very old. But this face, lives forever in my fucking brain. This face right here. This motherfucker.
On this particular event, known as the 1981 PATCO strike, because it is a defining moment in labor history. It confirmed the fact that we had entered a new era, the era of management. So the PATCO strike didn't go as planned. Air traffic controllers asked for a significant raise and went on strike to force negotiations. They thought they had the upper hand because an airport couldn't properly run without air traffic controllers to ensure planes land safely. But Reagan's administration also had a plan. After his announcement, the president and his team looked for replacement workers to counter the strike. Luckily for them, the sky was blue on the following day, the visibility was great, and pilots didn't need controllers' help much. The traffic was up to 75% of normal, and the strikers were fired the following day. The PATCA strike became an example to learn from. The Wharton School of Business even came out with their own manual to encourage business leaders to use the failed strike as a source of inspiration. Ronald Reagan was seen as a hero who had resisted evil, lazy strikers and helped things go back to normal for regular Americans.
That's right.
As Kenny Mallern, the host of NPR's Planet Money podcast, explained in an episode, Reagan was able to convince a good chunk of the American public that strike breaking, not striking, was something patriotic.
They're not going out on the streets and causing a lot of trouble.
Because we're working too hard to go out.
That's
right. That's right.
No croissants for us.
It resonated with the experience of people living in an increasingly individualistic society, meaning a society where individual freedoms are prioritized over everything else. In that society, strikers are said to infringe on regular workers' freedom to move. I wish I could say that France escaped the neoliberal wave, but I'd be lying to you. It is true that when Thatcher and Reagan came to power, French voters elected left-wing candidate François Mitterrand, who kicked off his mandate with a Keynesian agenda. But it didn't work the way he wanted, and so he ended up aligning himself with the US and the UK. So yeah, time for Europe to also put the brakes on. The 2008 subprime mortgage crisis accelerated this process. It hit the most vulnerable countries like Greece and allowed Europe to impose austerity measures meant to further dismantle their welfare system. So, after decades of neoliberal policies, the way we work and protest has
being exploited is a point of pride. Well, here, what you're also not including is that only in America do you have everything you need and all of the opportunities to become the exploiter as opposed to the exploited. Okay, that's what makes America great. Okay. You too can be the oppressor one day.
Changed. Trade union density has seriously decreased all over the world. In 2017, the number of workers who went on strike in the UK fell to its lowest level since the late 19th century. France has roughly the same percentage of union membership as the US, around 10%. I know, it always surprises people when I say that, given the image we have of French citizens, French workers. But as we mentioned earlier, and contrary to Americans, French citizens are allowed to join secondary strikes, which in turn favors sectoral bargaining. It means that the government can apply victories achieved in one company or one sector of an industry to an entire sector or an entire industry, and to all workers, even those who aren't members of a union. This solidarity among employees is the reason why French Amazon workers got their employers to close French warehouses for
Amazon
5 days
for
at the
real
beginning of the pandemic to make sure safety measures were in place. In the meantime, in the US, ALU leader to be Chris Moore was fired for staging a walkout to protest those same unsafe working conditions. In France and in other European countries, union leaders are political actors who have access to government officials, and the government is supposed to listen to them. That is why they are more likely to organize big protests close to powerful institutions that any individual can join. In other words, unions are meant to embody a form of counterpower from the local to the national level. Now, I say they are supposed, they are meant, because it is clearly not happening in France at the moment, and that's why people keep protesting. For the past decades, up to this very day, we have witnessed a rapid dismantlement of workers' past victories, and can't even voice our anger through unions because the government refuses to listen to them. We get told that we're lazy, that we need to tighten the belt, while French billionaire Bernard Arnault became the richest man on earth. What? Elon reissued the title. Well, it doesn't matter, because we have the richest...
Wait, what's his name?
We need to tighten the belt, while French billionaire Bernard Arnault became the richest man on earth. What? Elon reissued the title. Well, it doesn't matter, because we have the richest women on earth. Look at us, bridging the gender pay gap,
baby.
one
Let's
female
go.
billionaire at a time. So our initial question was, could something like the protest in France happen in the US? And for me, the answer to that question is that it won't happen overnight, but it is possible. In fact, unions are regaining momentum in the US. Sarah Nelson, president of the Association of Flight Attendants, said that the US are entering a new era in its labor history, one in which workers are primed to transition into a more confrontational relationship with management. You should take to heart that many of the French citizens I spoke to are inspired by...
Did you get filled in
America.
yet? Yeah.
That's right.
We did get filled
Protests
in.
organized by BLM and Me Too movements,
Oh yeah, we saw
progressive leaders like Bernie Sanders
Proletaire.
and AOC have struck a chord with the youth in France. They have politicized young people across the globe and encouraged them to go in the streets and demand what is right. It is clear that our countries have a deep relationship of inspiring each other, going back to the days of revolution. And if you're watching the images of protest here in Europe, even though your laws may be more restrictive, there is no reason that you can't join this movement seeking to restore union power. So organize your workplace, spread the message on social media. Let's keep inspiring each other. It's only the beginning.
Thank you for joining us in The Classroom, a series by More Perfect Union. We're taking on right-wing propaganda and telling the stories that corporate-backed media ignores, while seeking out solutions for a better future for all Americans. Join us. Like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe, chat. ! Watching in the chat. If you would like a link to all of the videos that we've watched this evening, if you would like to just have the links, or if you would like to go through and like and subscribe to any of the cool based people that we've been watching, not necessarily like Reuters and Al Jazeera and Associated Press and all that stuff, but any of these like smaller creators, I would definitely suggest you do that. Okay. Next up, chat, we got a new Leisha Miller. Is the government trying to distract you with UFOs? What? And the conflict based on a lie from GDF. And then Marjorie Taylor Greene is probably not the Capitol bomber from Renegade Cut. And more. A brand new Terry B video. New York fixed gear ride with Crusha. It's probably going to be sick. So we should definitely check that out. Oh, also we have a PragerU Kids, how to work hard and enjoy it. You know what I mean? I'm really need to learn how to work hard and also enjoy it. I've been really lacking in that area. So, who better to learn it from than PragerU? Let's go. Lots of other fun stuff that we could get into as well. ! Watching in the chat, like I said, for a link to all the videos. But here's the thing. It's been 54 minutes, and 58 seconds exactly since our last ad break. So before we get into the rest of the content, we're going to go ahead and run that ad break now. And here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when we run ads, we run them while the streamer is away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. However, if you would like to support the stream, support me, the streamer, and get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you gotta do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account, if you have one, to your Twitch account. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel, like Midnight Time is, and you're feeling generous and you have the means to. Maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our friends in the chat, like Xenomonic. That way, they may also be able to enjoy the Tofu Ghost emotes and ad-free viewing experience. Thank you so much, Midnight Time. Thank you for gifting to Xenomonic. Very pog. Thank you so much. Now, because of Midnight Time, we're at 10 out of 30 for the daily sub goal. We dropped, our sub total dropped pretty hardcore over the weekend. So we're trying to get back up there with this sub goal. Thank you so much for all the support. Really, really appreciate it. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the space, if you like what we do here, then consider supporting in some way. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. Alrighty. We're back. We're back. We're back. Let's get back into it. Where were we? Ah, yes. Let's watch this new Leisha Miller. Is the government trying to distract you with UFOs? I wonder where this is going to go. Let's check it out. Exclamation point watching in the chat if you would like a link.
Are in our airspace, but they are grossly underreported. These sightings are not rare or isolated, they are routine. Military aircrew and commercial pilots, trained observers whose lives depend on accurate identification, are frequently witnessing these phenomena.
Multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program. Pointing north-south and moving very abruptly over the water. There were no rotors, no rotor wash, or any sign of visible control surfaces like wings. It was far superior to anything that we had on time, have today, or are looking to develop in the next 10 years.
Last month, a House subcommittee met to hear testimony from several military officers to tell their stories of close encounters and UFOs, contending that the White House, the CIA, and the Pentagon are concealing evidence of UFOs that could pose a potentially deadly risk to our national security. The three witnesses, all ex-military officers, gave sworn testimony that has led the American public to wonder whether there really is extraterrestrial life on Earth, and also led to the creation of some pretty excellent memes and TikTok commentary. But this
Damn,
public
I kind of don't care.
interest-
The best one is this. Oh my fucking god, let me find it. This one.
Those damn alien bastards are real. The government confirmed it. What the fuck? Why don't I feel anything? Is it just because I'm so used to hearing new headlines supposedly confirming the existence of aliens? Or maybe they just aren't a sufficient enough distraction from the crushing weight of an unsustainable economy. How the hell can I care? Are they gonna help me pay rent? I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna put food on the table this month. What, the government found little space guys but can't find a goddamn healthcare plan? The king wants to own a home one day. Are those damn alien bastards gonna help make that a reality? Are those damn alien bastards gonna help rebuild this broken housing market? I wonder if they're as old as our geriatric leadership. Or are they even real? I gotta tell ya, I've believed aliens are real my whole life, until the government said it. Now I'm not so sure. You can keep your damn alien bastards. I got work in the morning.
Damn. Damn.
UFOs is nothing new. Since the end of World War II, the US government, either overtly or covertly, has been keeping its eye on the skies for anything unusual and collecting reports from military officers, commercial pilots, and civilians who claim to have seen UFOs or come into contact with extraterrestrial life. For about that same amount of time, conspiracy theories have abounded about what the government knows or doesn't know. From Roswell and Area 51 to spy balloons being shot out of the sky to last month's hearings in which one officer claimed that non-human aircraft were recovered, potentially containing alien remains. This has all created fodder for government distrust and conspiracy theories to thrive. Is this mass hysteria about UFOs unfounded? Is the government trying to distract us from what's actually going on behind the scenes? Does the military have a secret trove of alien remains that it's hiding from us? The answer involves everyone from QAnon conspiracy theorists to multiple US presidents. This is how aliens and UFOs are being used to distract us all. Roll the intro.
Bow. Bow. Shmana-mana-bow. Bow. Bow. Shmana-mana.
You know what else is out of this world? My partner on today's video, Valesky. Three
Why is this
ex-military
so
witnesses
quiet?
who
Okay,
testified
what
before
the
the
fuck?
House Oversight Committee's National Security Subcommittee last month claimed that the technology they witnessed in the skies was far superior to anything human beings currently have. Another described a dark gray cube inside a clear sphere flying near military jets, saying that UFO sightings, now called the less sensationalized unidentified anomalous phenomena, were so frequent that they became a normal part of daily briefs. Another claimed that UAP videos since 2021 are under lock and key at the Pentagon, despite the fact that they potentially pose serious existential risks to the American public. The most sensational testimony came from David Grush, an Air Force intelligence officer with a high level of security clearance that made him privy to reports that were unknown to the public. He testified that the Pentagon was conducting a multi-decade-long UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program that was not only attempting to recreate the unknown—
Oh wait, I know this guy. This is the dude. I was like, that guy looks so familiar. Of course, that's the dude that he was on Rogan. He's the documentary, alien documentary guy.
technologies.
It's like, why does that guy look so familiar?
Found at those crash sites, but had also recovered biological material of non-human origin. He accused the military of misappropriating funds to shield those secret operations from congressional oversight, and urged Congress to delve deeper into uncovering what the government knows about UAPs for the good of our safety and national security. These claims were denied by spokespeople for the Pentagon. The witnesses made clear that these encounters with UAPs were not rare or isolated. Witness Ryan Graves testified, "I urge us to put aside stigma and address the security and safety issues this topic presents. If UAP are foreign drones, it is an urgent national security problem. If it is something else, it is an issue for science. In either case, unidentified objects are a concern for flight safety. The American people deserve to know what is happening in our skies. It is long overdue." And it is true that calls for greater governmental transparency regarding its investigations and knowledge of UFOs have a long history. But the governmental response has been varied, and the public reaction has followed suit. Stories about aliens and life on other planets have been around for as long as humans have been able to conceive of such a possibility. But the modern day obsession with UFOs and extraterrestrial encounters developed as a direct result of World War II, the atomic bomb, and the ensuing Cold War. The Second World War was the impetus to unprecedented developments in the technology and science of warfare. From submarines to aerial technologies to surveillance technologies to weapons technologies like the aerial rocket attacks that decimated London and the atomic bombs that ended the war and fundamentally changed the way humans engaged with conflict on Earth forever. By 1947, Soviet-American friendship completely collapsed. The Truman Doctrine promised to wipe communism from the map, and the Cold War was underway. It's likely no coincidence, then, that after years of advanced technological warfare and constant fears and anxieties over bombs and foreign invasions, that the modern UFO was born this same year in June 1947, when a pilot named Kenneth Arnold claimed to have seen 9 shiny, glittering aircraft flying over Mount Rainier, Washington, describing them as thin, nickel-plated, tailless, pie plate-shaped objects flying in an unusual fashion like saucers skimming across water and traveling at an estimated 1,200 miles per hour, much faster than humanly possible at the time. He immediately went to the media to figure out what it was that he saw. After this first sighting of flying saucers, multiple copycat sightings came in quick succession, first localized in the Pacific Northwest region, but then quickly spreading across the United States and then around the world, including in Roswell, New Mexico, where a military balloon crash-landed and Roswell Army Airfield personnel claimed to have recovered debris, including a flying disc. This incident would be used decades later to fuel the Roswell Area 51 conspiracy theory that the debris were from an alien spaceship and was being covered up by the government. While these claims have been thoroughly debunked over the nearly 50 years since the theory took root, it is true that the US government was keenly aware of and concerned about these early UFO sightings, so soon after the end of the Second World War. These reported sightings obviously raised alarms given the tensions around the post-war world and the now constant looming specter of nuclear warfare. We were in a race for technological advancement against
Oh, this one was cute. Wait.
constant looming specter of nuclear
Look at the puppies, the space puppies. There's space puppies in this one.
Nuclear warfare. We were in a race for technological advancement against the Soviets. Could it be that they were winning and sending their advanced technologies here to spy on us? The Army had another concern as well. Could this hysteria over unidentified objects lead to such chaos that it would block essential channels of communication and be used as a psychological weapon by foreign enemies? By 1948, the first UFO task force, Project Sign, was convened to collect and evaluate information relating to UFO sightings, with the idea that UFOs could be a real national security concern. According to official reports, the task force found that almost all sightings stemmed from misinterpretation of known objects, hoaxes, or mass hysteria and hallucination. A new project, Grudge, was created to try to alleviate public anxiety over UFOs. They did this through a public relations campaign that attempted to persuade the public that UFOs were nothing unusual and were easily explained by weather phenomena, optical illusions, planets, meteors, balloons, and conventional aircraft. This included an active campaign in media, TV, and movies to try to make the idea of UFOs as ridiculous and illegitimate as possible, to dissuade the general public from taking reports of UFOs seriously. This coincided with a dramatic increase in pop culture interest in aliens and space life, including later the creation of iconic movies and TV shows like Science Fiction Theater and Twilight Zone. Despite public fervor, the officials behind Project Sign and Grudge investigations found no evidence that the UFOs were advanced foreign weapons and concluded that they did not threaten U.S. security. The projects were terminated in 1949. But of course, the government's attempt to calm fears by attributing the sightings to mundane explanations like weather phenomena or trying to cover up the sightings altogether had the opposite effect, making it seem like the government was covering up a vast conspiracy, leading to the first modern alien conspiracies to take root. And UFO sightings continued all across the country. The threat came home to Washington, D.C. in 1952. The Korean War was raging, and in July, radar at Washington National Airport and Andrews Air Force Base caught a series of mysterious blips multiple times throughout the month. The Air Force attempted to intercept the blips but found nothing. This caused headlines across the country, leading the White House to demand to know what was happening. Later, a Civil Aeronautics Administration investigation confirmed that the radar blips were quite common and were caused by temperature fluctuations. The problem, however, is that not only were American civilians spooked by war and ongoing threat of nuclear attacks, so too was the government. I think we often forget that our government and all of its agencies and the Army are all run by humans. Like, as you age, you realize that we're all here just absolutely winging it. No one knows what they're doing. That's what they're doing in the government as well, okay? So they were also naturally predisposed to be spooked, just like the average civilians were at the time. And so immediately, the U.S. Air Force Director of Intelligence, Major General Charles P. Cabell, ordered a new UFO project to be started in 1952. Named Project Blue Book, this project became a major Air Force effort to study UFOs that lasted for decades. During this same time, the CIA, which had been keeping its eye on UFO issues for years, created special study groups to review the spate of sightings in 1952 and beyond. The group found that most UFO sightings could be easily explained. For example, after reviewing film taken of a UFO sighting near Tremonton, Utah, and one near Great Falls, Montana, the panel concluded that the images on the Tremonton film were caused by sunlight reflecting off seagulls, and that the images at Great Falls were sunlight reflecting off the surface of two Air Force interceptors. However, it was recommended that the CIA continue to monitor the problem while concealing its interest from the media and the public, quote, in view of their probable alarmist tendencies. This pattern continued for decades. A spate of UFO sightings would spook the government, the White House would wonder what was going on with UFOs, the CIA would evaluate the latest sightings and findings.
Wait, what is this supposed to be of? Just looking hard with the boys? Yeah. Is that something? What is that? Yo, it's just me and my boy chilling, posted up.
And confirmed that nothing had changed and there was still no evidence that UFOs posed a real threat to national security. Public distrust of the CIA would push them to release reports. Those reports would be highly redacted out of concern for national security, causing greater distrust in the government and the...
What is this? Yo. That's good.
creation of more conspiracy theories, and on and on and on. Any special panels or reports done by outside scientists and agencies of the CIA's handling
bro, he's scared,
of UFO
bro. It's an
sightings
alien.
would be debunked by ufologists who believed it was all just a major government cover-up, and all of it would be sensationalized by the press. For example, in the late 1970s, after a series of Freedom of Information Act requests and lawsuits by ufologists, the CIA turned over about 800 pages of documents relating to UFO investigations. Despite the fact that there was no smoking gun, and the documents just showed that there was a general low-level interest of UFO phenomena over the previous few decades, the New York Times reported that the declassified documents confirmed intensive government concern over UFOs and that the CIA was secretly involved in the surveillance of UFOs. No matter how much material the CIA released, and no matter how boring and uninformative the information they released was, people continued to believe in a vast governmental cover-up and conspiracy. Because the mere fact that it was on the CIA's radar,
I don't know. I think Lee's just running defense for the CIA.
Wasn't sharing every detail with the public was enough to confirm for those who were looking for confirmation that a major cover-up was afoot. The only evidence of an actual CIA cover-up dropped in 1997.
Aliens don't have to visit us to monitor or study us. We've been and currently are sending into space all of our broadcast voice, video, and internet data for many decades. My internet data? Oh, fuck. The aliens have that? Oh.
In a story that was once
Oh,
again sensationalized by the New York
They're gonna see all my pornos.
under the headline, CIA admits government lying about
no,
UFO
how
sightings.
embarrassing.
A CIA study was
Yeah,
released
they
that
do.
confirmed that during the 50s and 60s, the Air Force was testing U-2 and SR-71 spy planes for foreign use. They were doing so above U.S. skies. Those planes fly at 60 to 80,000 feet, much higher than commercial airplanes, and were initially painted silver but then switched to black to further conceal them from civilian or foreign government detection. Many of the UFO sightings that the Air Force received in that time were attributable to the testing of those planes.
Aliens are weirded out by your yiff phase? What's a yiff?
Or the flights at that time, because that would of course defeat the whole purpose. But that doesn't make a great headline, so the New York Times spun it as the military lying to the American public about the true nature of many unidentified flying objects in an effort to hide its growing
Don't Google it.
spy planes. Like, yes, okay, I hate
Furry
government secrets as much as the next guy, but also, like, where do you think our billions of military tax dollars go to? Uniforms and boots? There's a lot of shit we don't know about. That doesn't necessarily mean it's a conspiracy. It could just mean that it would be bad for the delicate balance of international peace for other countries to know some of the shit we're doing. That's
I mean, the Pentagon not passing an audit for fucking years and years and years in a row. Like, I don't know that, like, it's not a conspiracy. I don't know.
also concerning, but that doesn't mean aliens, you know? And another sensationalist New York Times heading is behind the more recent growth of interest in UFOs that we've seen over the last 6 years. In 2017, a former U.S. Defense Department official, Luis Elizondo, leaked video and reports of sightings by U.S. Navy pilots in 2004, 2014, and 2015, as well as reports of a Pentagon program funded by $22 million in the annual defense budget called the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. According to the New York Times article, thrillingly called Glowing Auras and Black Money, the Pentagon's mysterious UFO program. The Defense Department has never before acknowledged the existence of the program, which it says shut down in 2012. But its backers say that while the Pentagon ended funding for the effort at that time, the program remains in existence. They call the program shadowy, but then go on to confirm basically that it was shut down and given very little attention by higher-ups. Like, which is it, my dude? A vast cover-up or an afterthought? It can't be both, and yet that seems to be the ringing complaint, that government programs to study UFOs are both too shadowy and secretive while also not being robust enough. So what you're telling me is, per usual, the government has identified a problem but isn't doing much to effectively address it. Great. Get in line. That's not a conspiracy. That's the US government in a nutshell. And that sensationalization continues today, spurred on by further reports on UFOs released by the Director of National Intelligence and a new group formed by the Pentagon in 2021 to detect and identify objects in restricted airspace. Not to mention the sightings and shooting down earlier this year of various reported spy balloons flying over the US. That, combined with a world that feels as fraught and unstable as I imagine it felt right after 2 atomic bombs changed the nature of warfare and international relations forever, we are in the aftermath of a global existential threat in the form of the COVID-19 pandemic, not to mention a recession and a growth of far-right extremism the world over. To say we're a little, not to mention a recession and a growth of far-right.
This guy is so wicked, dude. Look, and you can see the building in his glasses. Wicked. Oh my god, bro.
Extremism the world over. To say we're a little on edge is an understatement. And for whatever reason, whenever the country is on edge, be it nuclear war, the Cold War, the Korean War, or a global pandemic, we somehow get really caught up in figuring out if aliens have landed here or not. And of course, every time a new report is released or a hearing is held on UFOs, that makes for a great headline, whether you're the New York Times or a lowly YouTuber. But the problem with this sensationalization of UFOs and aliens, and a grand government conspiracy to cover it all up, is that conspiracy theorists tend to be a group of people who are looking for simple, conspiratorial explanations for everything. So one conspiracy theory can confirm and reinforce the next, and so on and so forth, and what you get is a mess of conspiracy theorists who believe there's an international cabal of Jews and elites with ties to alien life who are fighting against the one true leader in an attempt to exterminate any person who questions their authority or fights against the New World Order. As of 2021, 30% of Republicans believed that Trump would be reinstated as president. 50%
Trump is still the president. You've got this all wrong, Lecha.
Believed that Donald Trump was still the real president. A quarter of Republican voters believed that the anti-Semitic QAnon conspiracy theories, including that a deep state controls American society and the world through satanic rituals and human sacrifice, is at least
yeah, that's just called capitalism. Yeah, there are rituals and human sacrifice, all right.
Actually, if not entirely true. 30% of Republicans.
It's kind of demonic. Sure.
Refused COVID vaccines at the height of the pandemic. Yeah. And this predisposition to believe in conspiracy theories overlaps with itself. This overlap is exhibited, for example, when Marjorie Taylor Greene suggests that—
Dude, all the wicked glasses, dude. All the fucking solar fucking shade, whatever the fuck these things are called. I really need to step up my fucking solar glasses fucking game. Man, I'm really lagging behind.
Jewish bankers are taking over the world with Jewish space lasers.
Polarized, thank you.
Because it's really a symptom of a larger problem. One of people, mostly white men, who can't
so
handle
can't
the
see her
changing
lizard
social
eyes.
climate,
True.
and who coalesce around the idea of rejected knowledge.
Hey, there he is.
The idea that there's a secret body of knowledge that can tell a person how the world really works, but that knowledge is being hidden away from the public by elites. They seek to understand these changes and the complexity of the world in a simple way.
It's true. They are hiding the truth from you. The elites are hiding the truth from you. Okay? The lie that you are being sold is that you also too can be one of the elites. Okay? What lie they are teaching you, they're selling you, it's right in front of your face. It's not space lasers. It's not a shadow government. The shadow government is just corporations. It's just people with a whole lot of money. Okay, you want the deep state? They're not so deep. You can look up their names. They have addresses and faces, and they are the CEOs of certain companies. They exist. You can find them. Like,
Aligns.
They're not deep. They're not shadowy.
Their own worldview, wherein they are the center of the historical narrative. There's a reason that TV networks like the History Channel create programs like Ancient Aliens. They understand that their audience is largely men, and they skew their content to appeal to their demographics. And UFO crazes don't happen in a vacuum. As with everything, they're a response to the context of the time. And the current context is highly polarized, with an entire group of people, nearly half the electorate, paranoid about the government, immigrants, also known as aliens, the elite, and a stolen election. So yeah, UFO fever is ripe for the picking. And the January 6th insurrection was an example of these conspiracies taken from the internet and placed in a very real world scenario. In fact, the QAnon shaman, that guy with the painted face in furs that you saw everywhere after January 6th, he released a series of videos before the January 6th attack in which he talked about a number of conspiracy theories and cites to a number of people who appeared on History Channel alien shows by name and discussed.
So sick. So, I mean, unironically, the ancient aliens to QAnon pipeline is crazy. Well, it's like this. It's granola. You know what I mean? It's like the granola hippie to ancient aliens to QAnon pipeline. Ancient aliens is like a little bit before halfway through you get to QAnon. You start out as like a hippie, you know what I mean? You start getting into like wellness. You start drinking a lot of teas, incense, you know what I mean? Smoking a lot of ganja, you know what I mean? Yeah, then you become anti-vax. Then you watch a lot of fucking ancient aliens. Then you go from ancient aliens to InfoWars. You go from InfoWars to really weird websites. Yeah.
A number of people who appeared on History Channel alien shows.
And honestly, though, like, this dude is pretty overrated. The QAnon shaman's pretty overrated. I want to know more about, like, dudes like this, like the dude wearing Yeezys and shit.
Shaman, that guy with the painted face in furs that you saw everywhere after
Or was
January
this guy
6th,
the one with the
released a
Yeezys?
series
I
of
don't
videos
know.
before the January 6th attack in which he talked about a number of conspiracy theories and cites to a number of people who appeared on History Channel alien shows by name and discussing a secret space program, which is a conspiracy theory that believes there's a secret space program in which the United States is engaged in warfare with one group of space aliens with the help of another group of space aliens, and somehow psychic powers are also involved.
The Anunnaki, right? It's the Anunnaki. Where's the alien lore knowers?
The QAnon shaman believed he was recruited against his will into the secret space program because of his great psychic powers and that he used those powers to travel to another dimension and combat space aliens.
Who's the good ones? And then there's the bad ones, and then there's other ones. Anunnaki, not Arunnaki. Okay.
On behalf of the U.S. government. At least one Capitol rioter was wearing an
Anunnaki's nuts in your mouth.
alien shirt with Giorgio Tsoukalis' face on it. You know him.
Aliens.
I'll have the editors throw that iconic meme up. Aliens, yeah, that guy. And this makes sense when you look at the vibe of these History Channel shows. They feature, as one article aptly put it, middle-aged white men in Indiana Jones cosplay or in tactical military gear, marching around, having adventures, and bonding in brotherhood over historical mysteries that flatter their own prejudices. Another frequent guest of the History Channel, J. Hutton Pulitzer, was paid by the Trump campaign as a consultant to find evidence of ballot fraud by looking for bamboo in the ballots to prove they came from China and looking for
That is such a good, that is a gem. That's a gem. I love that part. I fucking, sometimes you just forget about like all the cool little things that happen. You know what I mean?
pieces in the paper
that's so cool.
to prove that they're origami ballots folded and sent by Asian people.
Yeah. Yeah, look, keep an eye out for fucking cranes, you know what I mean?
And recently, Nick Pope, an ancient astronaut...
If you have a ballot, if you find any ballots that are folded up like cranes, you know damn well that shit came from China.
From the Ancient Aliens show, appeared on Rudy Giuliani's podcast.
So
Tucker Carlson
fucking
once
amazing.
appeared
That's great.
on Ancient Aliens. And one of the reasons for this right-wing extremist connection to UFO conspiracies is because
racism is a big part of it. Erasing, like, you know, the fucking history of like all the great amazing things that brown people and, you know, brown ancient cultures like accomplished.
Wing extremist groups have made a concerted effort to infiltrate UFO communities online because if they're willing to believe one conspiracy theory, to question,
is it that they're infiltrating? I mean, possibly, probably, you know what I mean? But like on a on the bigger scale, I would imagine that it's like not necessarily people infiltrating on purpose, but like people who are into weird, like esoteric Nazi shit are like gonna be into like weird fucking alien shit too, dude. Like they're gonna be into all kinds of weird shit.
Rejected knowledge about one thing, they're a hell of a lot more likely to start questioning everything, to the point that you got them believing a secret cabal of Jewish bankers has access to Jewish space lasers.
Yeah.
A slippery slope, my friends. And that's not to say that everyone who believes in aliens or is interested in UFOs is also a right-wing extremist. I'm just saying that for me personally, as someone who frequently questions the government but also believes in logic and reason, the connection gives me pause.
We love
while
logic
I personally
and reason.
find it perfectly logical that there would be other life forms somewhere in the vast expanse of the universe, when you start doing the math on them making a landing here on Earth, that math ain't mathin'. There are an estimated 2 trillion galaxies in the universe. The Milky Way galaxy alone.
My take on this is unironically what Duke Nukem said. Like, sure, fine. There could be something that they know that they're not letting us know. I think it's more likely something along the lines of what Lee just said, where it's like the governments, the world governments are made up of a bunch of fucking old motherfuckers who don't know shit, who can't even fucking navigate through their fucking email. You know what I mean? Who like don't know what the fuck Facebook does for money. Like, you know, these motherfuckers don't know what the fuck's going on, okay? The military is just as baffled as anybody when they see something weird go down. I believe that there's been some weird anomalous events that we can't explain. I believe it, I believe it, sure. But either fucking way, like, it really, there's nothing I can do about that. You know what I mean? I don't know how that affects me specifically, like as a person. I don't know how that affects my life, how the day-to-day life to people around me. I don't know. So I don't really care. I can only really worry about the things that do affect me in my day-to-day life. I have lots of things that I'm worried about in my day-to-day life. It's hard to fucking give a shit. I don't know. Like, I just like, there could be a bunch of shit that we don't know. Fine, but I don't really care. I don't really care.
Has up to 400 billion stars.
Gonna watch Men in Black after
Many,
this.
if not all of which, are circled by planets. That's a lot of planets and a lot of space for other life forms to travel through in order to find little old us. Yes, we've been sending out electromagnetic transmissions since 1895, and those signals travel at the speed of light, but that means the signals have traveled about 128 light years by now. The Milky Way alone is 100,000 light years across. Not to mention that, at least as far as we know, nothing can exceed the speed of light. Do you see how that math ain't mathin'? And even if, somehow,
But what about Leisha, where I grew up off the coast of the South Bay of Los Angeles? There is in the peninsula, there is a deep fucking trench right off the coast. And Redondo Beach specifically is actually a place of where a lot of sightings have occurred of USOs, okay? UFOs essentially that go in and out of the fucking water and are thought to be where we don't fucking have not explored at the fucking in the deepest trenches, you know what I mean? Right off the fucking coast. There could be people living underneath the crust of the fucking earth. There could be ancient civilizations that are aware of us, but we're unaware of them. Who fucking knows?
Aliens did land on Earth. You're telling me they'd have the intelligence and capacity to create that kind of technology, but not the ability to land it effectively or avoid Earth entirely? They're just willy-nilly crash landing all over the place? And even if aliens did land on Earth and the government did collect their biological remains to study them, you're telling me that our government, this fucking government, would be able to keep the lid on a vast conspiracy with all these whistleblowers running around who themselves are saying both that there are a lot of UFOs, but also we don't know enough about UFOs. The government's been able to keep it that under wraps for decades. This government? Nah. That's a lot of ifs. That would be a lot of factors lining up in ways that don't really make sense. And what's even more wild is that these conspiracy theories end up just sustaining the taboo against people who come forward to claim UFO sightings, leading to a lack of scientific interest in studying the numerous UFO sightings, hundreds of them, that can't be explained away. Because being a scientist who wants to study UFOs makes you sound nuts. Because a lot of people who are interested in UFOs are also conspiracy theorists who believe a lot of things that don't make logical or scientific sense. So conspiracy theorists theorists are shooting themselves and their own cause in the foot by being so fucking cuckoo bananas. One conspiracy theory I've seen floating around TikTok, even in my little leftist content bubble, is the idea that the government is using this latest UFO committee hearing to distract us from the bigger, more nefarious things they're doing behind the scenes. Upon looking into it, there's nothing in particular that I found to back up this idea other than a number of personal and unidentifiable blogs, which I personally avoid in my own research for these videos, but you do you. But also articles confirming that QAnon conspiracy theorists, while believing that the government is covering up a vast conspiracy about space aliens and not telling us, they also believe that the government is using these UFO committee hearings to distract the public from the big lie election fraud and from paying attention to what they're doing regarding COVID.
I mean, I don't know how intentional it would be, but I mean, like, it definitely seems likely that it is more fun, we'll say, for them to allow there to be like an air of mystery around these concepts, you know what I mean, and kind of like hint at things. All these like presidential candidates are like, yeah, maybe y'all like release the Roswell Area 51 information. Maybe I'll drop the alien docs. It's like it's fun to like make it seem like the government is like that cool and interesting. I don't know, man. I don't know how, like I said, I don't know how like intentional it is to be like a coordinated like cover up and distraction. I think that it is largely us just kind of like romanticizing and like having our imaginations run wild. You know what I mean? Because it's more fun that way.
Because, like, you know, microchips in our vaccines, etc. UFO and QAnon conspiracy theorist Jordan Sather recently posted to Telegram, "There's no doubt that this mainstream UFO disclosure push is offering a convenient distraction for the deep state to turn our attention away from important issues like the scam-demic and the election fraud getting exposed." Going on to say that the renewed attention being paid to UFOs is a way for left-wing social justice warriors to virtue signal. Like, which way do you want it, my guy? Either you want us to pay attention to the vast governmental cover-up of space aliens and UFOs, or you don't. InfoWars has published numerous articles about UFOs, but recently changed course, calling the recent hearings a plot pushed by the deep state, with producer Greg Reese saying in April that UFOs are being faked.
If we get to 5,000 subs, I'll drop the documents.
Using technology.
Now, fuck that. We don't even need to get to 5,000. Let's get back to 1,000, all right? Let's get back to 1,000 and I'll drop the docs.
By the Nazis,
it's that easy.
With the final goal of faking an alien invasion to enslave humanity, saying, "We know the cabal has the will to do this, and it seems they have the means as well." Again, which is it, my dude? A secret cabal fighting space alien wars in alliance with other space aliens and using their Jewish space lasers? Or a secret cabal pretending there are aliens in order to vaporize humanity? Like, pick a damn lane.
But I mean, to be fair, I guess, like, aren't there people who believe different things? Like, I don't know. Like, everybody has there's all kinds of flavors of this shit. So it's like, there's of course not going to be like one consistent like theory.
The reason for this blatant cognitive dissonance is because in the end, believing in conspiracy theories is not about believing in a specific issue.
It's just more fun, dude. It's more fun to believe that Donald Trump is like single-handedly battling the fucking deep state with a sword and like freeing like child slaves and stuff from beneath, like underneath the basement of a pizza shop or whatever. Like, the reptilians are battling against a fucking red hat wearing fucking MAGA army. You know what I mean? Like, it's so much more fun to think that you live in a world like that where it's much more than just like a bunch of CEOs with a fuckload of money just fucking owning your ass. You know what I mean? Just like buying all of your politicians and just like owning your every single life. You know, it's like, it's much more fun to believe that there's aliens and shadow fucking government and a cabal rather than just some businessmen who have all of the money. It's not as fun.
Be of particular importance. It's about quelling your paranoia and fear about the changing social climate by rejecting whatever is in the mainstream and accepting what experts call stigmatized knowledge, or knowledge that has been rejected by the mainstream. This necessitates that you're willing to
and there's always going to be somebody, like so many people, who just love to be contrarians. People love to just be like, I'm not like the rest of everybody. Like, I go against the grain. I am counterculture. I believe this. Well, if that's what the mainstream media says, it must be the opposite. Like,
change your beliefs depending on the changing tides of
like no matter what, like where you find yourself, like whatever social niche or whatever clique, you know what I mean? Like there's always going to be somebody who's like, I'm different than the rest of everybody.
mainstream beliefs and discourse. This isn't based on any logic other than the twisted logic of self-preservation that grows out of closed-minded fear, which is in turn stoked into full-blown paranoia by the people and groups for whom your beliefs and your fears are beneficial, not least of which thought leaders in the conspiracy theorist world who want to get your views and want you to buy their products. Indeed, pro-Trump figures on the right have adopted the idea that UFOs are being used to distract the public as well, with Donald Trump Jr. himself sharing a meme that promotes the idea that UFOs are being used to distract the American public from the Nord Stream explosion, the underwater gas line that connects Russia to Western Europe and was destroyed in September last year. This is another helpful tactic.
I don't think that anybody believes that, one, nobody was really distracted by UFOs. Oh, totally forgot about the Nord Stream. I think everybody is kind of on the same page about the Nord Stream, regardless of where you fall politically. Everybody's like, yeah, like the United States was involved. If they weren't directly involved, they knew about it. Like, that's pretty fair to fucking assume. It's like nobody, I don't know, that's like real. That's just such a bullshit. And it is so goofy, especially coming from a member of the Trump family.
To instill fear in their base of supporters.
Or conservatives generally pretending like they're anti-war or whatever.
So they show up in votes.
Bullshit
this happened
populists.
again at the beginning of this year when the balloons spotted and shot down over the U.S. coincided with a deadly train crash and explosion in East Palestine, Ohio. Marjorie Taylor Greene tweeted, East Palestine, Ohio is undergoing an ecological disaster because authorities
since when does Marjorie Taylor Greene care about, one, ecological disasters, or two, like shitty work environment for workers? You know what I mean? Or like, since when does she care about like policies that might, create regulations on the companies that are responsible for this happening? Like, none of these people are fucking serious.
The train derailment cars carrying hazardous chemicals and press are being arrested.
Like, you don't, what do you think? What do you want to do about that? You just want to, that's just say it's Joe Brandon's fault? Something about Hunter's Hog? Hunter's Hog was so big, it was laid across the rail, you know what I mean? And that derailed the fucking train. What do you want to do about that? You want to regulate somebody? Or what? What are we doing?
For trying to tell the story. Oh, but UFOs, what's going on? And of course,
just an opportunity. And it's like all this talk about left-wing virtue signaling when as if there isn't like all kinds of fucking virtue signaling going on the fucking on the right, where it's like it's incoherent, but it is.
Question the government. And we definitely have a government that loves to do secret things and then tell us about them decades later. But it is also important to be wary of the conspiracy
Hunter's Hog derailed my train.
and what they seek to gain from recruiting people to their cause. Just because two things happen concurrently doesn't make them connected, nor does it mean there's a vast governmental conspiracy afoot. The great irony of all of this being that while half of our electorate is screaming about government conspiracies, not only will the far right in our government be able to take advantage, but so too will other governments see a weak spot that they can use to their advantage. Russian state TV caught wind of the conspiracy theory that UFOs were being used to distract from the Nord Stream pipeline explosion and started peddling that idea as well, with one state TV host saying, many are saying that the noise about these balloons, regardless of who launched them, is just a smokescreen to distract the audience sitting watching the balloons like fools. What are they distracting their attention from? For example, from the story about Nord Stream. The Russian state TV host then shared the tweet from Donald Trump Jr. with the Nord Stream meme. In the end, our own stupidity could be used against us in truly spectacular fashion. Republicans and Democrats—
it doesn't even have to be like we're just gonna we'll just wield it against ourselves.
Democrats alike have called for further investigation.
We can't do shit. We can't agree on a damn thing because everybody lives in their own versions of reality.
In the wake of the subcommittee hearing. This will likely lead to some sort of committee or panel of people brought together to investigate what the government knows, which will lead to a report that over the course of 200 pages says, we really don't know, mostly, and then the issue will be put to rest until another upheaval in American life brings it out of the shadows once more. And on until space aliens finally do come and put us out of our misery, or the sun finally explodes and swallows us all up. The
In
problem with all
fucking
of this is that something like
Prage.
extraterrestrial life, UFOs, and aliens on Earth is largely beyond the bounds of our knowledge about space, about technology, and about life on other planets. There are stories out there about UFO sightings and alien encounters that are hard to explain away and that have yet to be explained at all.
Some cool
a lack of
photos.
explanation doesn't prove something is true. It just proves the bounds of our own knowledge and understanding. The answer to whether aliens exist and have visited this planet is gray, based on what we know from
Gray? Like little gray men?
experts who have looked into it. The actual scientist experts, not the UFO experts on ancient aliens. There
No,
are
those
a
are
range of
experts.
possibilities. Some are more plausible
Those
than
are
others.
ancient alien theorists.
None of them are certain. Unfortunately, that doesn't fit neatly into a New York Times headline or the title of a YouTube video. The answer may very well be that the government just doesn't know. They don't have an answer.
I feel like that is way more likely than anything, is that they're just like, bro, I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. But let the people think that we do know. You know what I mean? And we're just hiding it from them because, you know, we're figuring it out or whatever for order's sake, the sake of maintaining order. Sure, let them think that. Let them make, you know, cool movies about it. Like,
There isn't a vast conspiracy. There is just a gaggle of people who have ended up in charge of things and are just winging it like the rest of us. If you liked this video, you might also like my video about why Americans are obsessed with communism.
True, Comrade
Thank you to my
Pavel.
Patreon supporters, including my newest patrons, and an extra special shout out to my multi-platinum patron, Brett Piontek. If you're interested in behind-the-scenes
what?
content, access to my research and show notes, content about my dog, and all sorts of other stuff,
Dog?
consider joining me over on Patreon
dog content, you say?
today. Thanks so much for watching. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Bye. Love you. Mwah. Though. Mwah. All right, where are we at? Exclamation point watching in the chat, folks. If you would like a link to all of the videos in a playlist form that we've watched this evening and everything that we still have to come on the broadcast. I'm on the broadcast? Hey, yo. Jealous? What's next? What's next? Let's see. All right, chat. Next up. Let's see. Next up, we'll check out How to Work Hard and Enjoy It by PragerU Kids. And then after that, we'll wind down with the little fun content. New Terry B just dropped today, I believe, or yesterday. New York City fixed gear ride with Crusha. The one that we watched last Friday, we saw somebody get taken the fuck out. So maybe this one will be fun. Let's get into PragerU Kids first before we get into an ad break and then fun content. Let's fucking go, baby.
Ever wonder why people who sit on the couch and do nothing are so miserable? I mean,
Why are you talking like this? Why are you talking like that?
you'd assume they'd be happy, but usually they're not. The reason is simple. Humans enjoy being productive.
It may surprise you, but hard work and doing
I agree with that.
a good job actually make you feel amazing.
I agree with that, which is why their arguments for why like socialism will fail, you know what I mean? Like is bullshit.
Doing good. And not only that, it makes the world a better place. You could
Like, it kind of throws out their whole like, you know, don't take handouts argument, right? I mean, this is How to Work Hard and Enjoy It by PragerU Kids.
say it's a win-win. But maybe you're thinking, I hate work. Well then,
Based.
this video is for you.
Today, we're giving you 5 tips on how to work hard and enjoy it.
Are you a stinky anarchist who hates work? This is for you. Wait, why would they cover up? Why would they leave this banner up? Oh, I see. PragerU is experiencing severe censorship. Go to prageru.com/kids to watch our videos completely uncensored. That's right. They're coming for our children's content. How dare they? The woke mob is coming for our children's
Number one, find your why. Working hard is, well, hard. That's why you're watching this video. Your human nature will always resist doing hard things. So before you...
That's the human nature. That was their human nature.
You try to work hard, get a hold...
Your human nature is a green blob? A pickle?
Will always resist doing hard things. So before you try to work hard, get a hold of the deepest reason of why you're doing it. If you have a strong enough motivation, you can do almost anything. The deeper the reason, the stronger your motivation will be to defeat the pickle of resistance.
It is a pickle of resistance. So in this case, the threat of homelessness is what inspires you. Okay, the threat of poverty and death in the streets. You know, a miserable, slow, horrible death in the streets. That's what should inspire you. Not doing something that you love or you feel like is worth your, time. The time of your only one life to live. Not something that you think is like a good and a beneficial addition to society. Just like, you don't want to like die in the streets. That's it.
2, delay gratification. The key to working hard is delaying the gratification of having something fun now so that you can have something more meaningful later. For instance, if you want the reward of having good grades, you have to be willing to pass on binge watching Netflix until after you've studied for your test. If you want
you want to chill out, and not work, you gotta, work now.
The reward of being healthy and looking chiseled, you have to be willing to pass on.
Let the power of potential destitution compel you. What's up, Onion Enterus?
You want.
What's up,
Do you choose
Cephlax?
the hard road now with meaningful rewards in the future, or do you choose the easy path now to be filled with future pain and regret later?
Like eat fudge rounds. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, those are the cookies Carl sneezed on.
Number 3, know what working hard looks like. People have all sorts of ideas of what working hard means. Some people think that it means running around frantically and looking busy, or filling your schedule to the brim with work and never taking a break for family or fun.
We have a strict no vacation policy.
But usually,
but what if your boss is like that guy though? But what if your boss is unironically like that guy? You're making a joke there, but what if you can't?
These things do more harm than good. Really, working hard is simple. It means determining to...
I hate the way this guy talks. It's killing me. It hurts.
Your best by focusing all your energy on the task in front of you. Sometimes it means long hours. Sometimes it means doing something over and over again. Sometimes it's about having the discipline to get up early every day and improve on your mistakes.
Okay, so when comes the part where we enjoy it?
But I gotta get to work. But no matter what, it means doing the very best job that you can in the limited time that you have. It doesn't mean that you'll always succeed or do the job perfectly. But as long as you keep trying and doing your best, you will get there.
You will get there. No matter, you will get there. You will succeed. We're all gonna make it.
If at first you don't succeed, try and try and try again. This is the essence of hard work.
If you fail, if you end up on the streets, don't worry. You just gotta you just gotta bootstraps it. You know what I mean? Get your ID, get an address to be able to have mail correspondence or whatever. You just get a car to be able to commute. Or just do it.
Number 4,
simple.
Feel a sense of accomplishment. Hard work pays off.
And step forward, all you gotta do is feel a sense of accomplishment, chat. In order to feel a sense of accomplishment, you just gotta feel a sense of accomplishment.
Hard work.
Number 4, feel a sense of accomplishment.
Let's fucking go, dude.
Hard work pays off in a way laziness never can. Working hard gives you a sense of accomplishment, which in turn builds confidence and self-esteem.
Look good, feel good. Oh yeah.
In other words, working hard doesn't just...
I agree with that generally. I think you do get when you do something that you worked hard to accomplish, you feel good. The difference is where it comes the enjoy it part, right? That's where that part comes in. With what they're saying is you have to, you are looking forward for a greater payout in the long run. And that's, you just have to put your head down now, and not saying enjoy it, but put your head down and deal with it for the outcome that is inevitably, according to them, going to come later. As opposed to spending your time doing something that you want to be doing. Working on something that you enjoy doing. Something that brings you like fulfillment. Makes you feel good when you do it. That like helps your community. For example, like like that sense of accomplishment that they're talking about comes from doing things that like you feel connected to, where you don't get to experience that under the alienation of capitalism. You very rarely, you only if you are a part of a very select few who lucks out, literally lucks out, like actually just has good luck, good RNG or whatever. You most of the time are going to be doing something you don't enjoy. Something that does not give you fulfillment, does not make you feel like you've accomplished something in your life, but it does keep you off the fucking streets.
Let you have more money and things. More importantly, it's good for your heart and mind. We call these intrinsic rewards. On the other hand, being unproductive often leads to a sense of worthlessness.
Like subscribing to Tofugo's broadcast to avoid the top of the hour ad break. True.
And sometimes even despair.
Well, maybe if you just put on a little more makeup, you'd look better.
What is this? What? What? Okay.
I got a chip stuck in my belly button.
When you fix your bed.
What? What the fuck is this shit? What the fuck is this shit?
And clean your room. Or go on a jog and get some exercise.
Yeah!
You will feel good about yourself. And won't.
What if you don't have time to go to the gym and you can't afford it? It costs like $300 something to for a year membership to the last gym that I went to, that I was a member of. I was only ever able to afford it before was because it was a perk of the last real job that I had. They actually paid for my year membership every year, once a year, which was great. But then I quit that job, and obviously I was like, I still wanted to fucking be healthy and be fucking, work out and stuff. So I was like, I'm going to try to make this happen. But $300 a fucking month is no fucking joke, dude. That's no fucking joke. $300 a month, plus you have to find the time to go when you work 8 to 9 hours a fucking day, 5-6 days a week, sometimes more than that if you aren't in a fucking, a unionized fucking workplace. Come on, man.
You need to pat yourself on the back for no apparent reason, or just drown in your own self.
Like, they literally, when it came to like how to work hard and enjoy it, that's the whole point of this. The part where it came to enjoy it was they just told you to step 4, feel a sense of accomplishment. That's it.
Work pays off in a
like that's it. How are you supposed to feel a sense of accomplishment when you are completely disconnected on an emotional level, a physical level, on every level from the work that you do?
Feel a sense of accomplishment. Hard work
and are also not being compensated a living wage for all of the work that you do, all of the value that you produce.
In a way, laziness never can. Reason, or just drown in
your gym is $10 a month. What?
Your own self-pity. When you work hard and give it all you've got, not only are you productive, you are rewarded with a sense of achievement and the satisfaction of doing your best.
Number 5.
Your best for somebody else to just live in fucking complete lavish luxury. Do your best to fulfill some other fucking goofy ass motherfucker's dream. To do your best to just stay afloat, to just stay off the streets, to maybe be able to retire someday. Maybe. While somebody else has millions and millions of dollars every year off of your back. Has a yacht, multiple yachts. Like,
know that happiness is earned, not buy. People who win the lottery are surprisingly likely to go bankrupt within 5 years. The reason is simple. They didn't earn their money, so they didn't learn how to value it or take care of it.
Jesus Christ. Interesting. So what about the people who inherit millions of dollars? Is it the same for them? What about them?
Tend to value things they work for more than...
What about CEOs who do not do shit? Do not do a goddamn thing. And make a bunch of money. Did they like, what about them? What did they not learn how to appreciate their money, or like because they didn't work hard for it? What about landlords? They didn't work for their money. They just inserted themselves in between you and the thing that you need to survive. They inserted themselves into the transaction, created a third party, and they make money off of literally doing nothing. And that is the whole point of wanting to do it. Do they not learn how to value their, like, what are we talking about right now?
Things that were given to them. But what does this have to do with happiness?
Good question.
People who appreciate what they have are much happier than people that don't. For instance, imagine there are two people that want a car. Person number one had to sell hamburgers and talk to cranky customers for 2 years before they could save enough money to buy a car. Person number two whined to their parents until they finally bought them a car.
Mom, I need...
Why do you need a car? Why do you need a car? Why do you need a car to survive? And it's like, that's like an accomplishment that you need to like save up for years in order to get this car, right? And then all that you've accomplished by getting that car is the ability to get to work more efficiently because there's no fucking public transportation. Like, you have not done anything in you have not like raised your position in society. You have not climbed the social, like, economic ladder. You are in the same spot, but you have this big thing that gets you from point A to point B a little bit faster.
Car.
So here's a question. Who is going to value their car more? The answer is obvious.
Like, why value your car? You should feel grateful that you have a car. Why should I feel grateful that I have a car? Why should I feel grateful for the ability to own a car when you are literally, I'm forced to own a car? What do you mean? Like, what is this? Is
the person who had to work for their car appreciates their car more. And who is going to be happier? Also, probably the person that worked for their car. Working hard and earning what you have gives meaning and appreciation that brings a
meaning and appreciation to your car that you shouldn't have to own, that you don't have to own. You really don't have to.
Joy. In summary, there is no substitute for good old-fashioned hard work.
Yeah, then you have to pay insurance, right? And then it breaks down, and then you have to go to them for parts, and then
gratification, self-esteem, and improvement of your own life, and
then you got to pay for gas. You know what I mean? Like, it's so. What are we talking about?
Are all invaluable rewards that only hard work can give.
It's not easy, but it's totally worth it.
Like, you should appreciate the physical things that you are able to accumulate in your life as a, you know, like, because that's the only thing you have to show is the physical things that you accumulate. You are not climbing the socioeconomic ladder. You are not. You are still in the lower class. You are still working class. You are still poor. You still have nothing. You still live with the threat of homelessness as your one inspiration to work hard. Not self-fulfillment, not like feeling like you achieved something in your life, not like feeling like you have purpose in this world, not like feeling like your existence like matters. No, just like making money for somebody else.
Saying goes, no pain, no gain. So go out there.
No pain, no gain.
Do something hard.
So do something hard. No pain, no gain. So go out there and feel pain. Right now, go out there and subject yourself to pain. For that one day, you maybe be rewarded for it. Maybe. No guarantees.
Yeah! Or maybe just make your bed for starters. Do something.
Jesus Christ, Jordan Peterson has officially entered the chat. I hate this guy. I fucking hate this guy. The way he's talking, I can't stand him. And I want him to go away. I hate this.
We promise it'll feel good. So
Promise?
let's recap.
Let's
Number
recap.
1, find your why and know your motivation. Number 2,
don't want to be homeless. All right, let's go on.
delay gratification.
Recognize that you are not going to actually feel any sort of sense of achievement or self-fulfillment while you are working, ever. You must give yourself fool yourself into thinking that one day you will, though. One day it will pay all off in the end.
Number 3, know what working hard looks like and do your best.
Don't become homeless.
Number 4, feel a sense of accomplishment.
You have to force yourself to feel a sense of accomplishment because what you're working on is not going to. Number 5, don't jack off. Exactly.
And number 5, know that happiness is earned, not bought.
Got it.
Thank you
But you're supposed to just feel a sense of
for
accomplishment.
watching
though.
this how-to video.
Just feel accomplished. Step 5, feel accomplished. Feel good about it. Ready? Go. Feel good. Ready? Now.
PragerU, and make sure that if you haven't already liked this and shared it with your friends, you do it and go watch on PragerUkids.com.
Yeah, do it right now. It's hard work, kind of like this kind of
Oh,
hard work. Work
whoa!
hard, work hard.
Whoa!
Look at that, just like this man.
Whoa!
Go subscribe to the thing.
Coming up like you're about to.
So relatable. It's so relatable. It's, this is really effective propaganda because they're just like me, for real. Hilarious. The pickle.
Are you okay, Grandma?
What?
I'm so happy. Goodbye.
This is the part where they're like, all right, guys, now act silly. This is where we do the bloopers reel. We're gonna do a bloopers reel. So act silly. Pretend like you messed up and you did a silly thing instead. That way it's, relatable and stuff. Right? You know what I mean? It's real. Oh man. All right, chat. Next, let's do a little fun stuff. Let's watch this new Terry B video. New York City fixed gear ride with Crusha. These motherfuckers are insane. These motherfuckers are insane. But here's the thing, chat. Before we do that, it's been more than an hour since our last ad break, okay? So this is going to be my last shill of the stream. We're currently at 10 out of 30. I raised it to 30 for today because we dropped a lot of subs over the weekend while, during my days off. So I'm trying to get back up there, hopefully Prage. Okay, we're going to run an ad break right now, but you don't have to experience the ad break. You can also get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes if you subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to, maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our friends in the chat, one of our comrades in the community that may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way they may also be able to enjoy the Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of us. Every little piece of support goes a long way and is very, 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 very much appreciated. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. All right, we're back. Okay. Where were we? Oh shit, yo, Classic Banana Milk. My goodness, thank you so much for the 5 bomb. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you got a gifty from Classic Banana Milk, please make sure to thank them. That's very kind of them to do so. Thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that. Now we are at 15 out of 30 for the daily sub goal. Very poggers. Very poggers. Tofu, your voice is so nice. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. To be honest, I hate my voice, but a lot of people say it's nice and relaxing, so I like that. So thank you. It's nice. I appreciate it. Dun, 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 dun. All right, let's watch some fun stuff. Fun stuff, fun stuff, fun stuff. Brand new Terry B. This shit is crazy. Very fun to watch. Brand new. Let's check it out.
London was pretty exciting. I had a chance to link up with my lads and mates and wankers and all of them. The race wasn't that particularly successful. Pretty much right before the start, it was pretty exciting. So much focused energy. Even linked up with Travis and Sigrid, famous cat on track bike. They wished me good luck. The beginning strategy
Love a good wank.
was to
True.
ride along with the local gangster gabbers. Yeah,
Your voice helps me sleeping. Sorry. Don't apologize. I love your voice. Thanks, everybody.
London Bridge, Tower Bridge, I mix them up. There was a shifty moment on one side. We had a lorry, aka truck, squeezing me on one side, and on the upcoming side there was a double-decker bus.
Oh my god, I have a photo of this building. I took a photo of this building in New York. That's so funny. Oh my god, well now I have to go find it. There's like a person, there was construction being done like right here. And I was walking across the street and there was a dude like walking, like balancing, doing like a balance beam thing, like on like I don't know what they're called, but like the they're like dividers to block off like the construction from the cars and stuff. Like I don't know, they're like big like orange, you know, and reflective like plastic things. And there was this dude just like walking all the way across it for like a really long mile, and I took a picture of him in front of this building right here. I'll have to go find it.
And in the middle, a small island. I decided in the last second to jump the curb, and the jump came out a little crooked. The first curb
I wonder if it has the same graffiti on it.
hit my tire and I caught a flat, and the second curb popped my carbon rim pretty much within the first 3 minutes. So yeah, that was that. But besides that, London is an awesome place to get stuck in while you messed up your race. There's definitely enough of good homies who make the time worthwhile. I always notice that when I'm in London, I mean, that's my second time there.
Wait, is this London? No, this is, I was like, wait a second, this doesn't, he keeps saying London, but I'm very positive I know where that is in New York.
This day, for some
Okay,
reason, my
yeah, no, it's New York. I was so
accents are
confused.
sounding like that.
He's
I
just
don't know
talking
what
about
is
it.
that. But it's very addictive. Hi car, I think you can wait. In London,
okay,
like just riding a bike in London is super awesome if you know where you're going. If you don't know where you're going, you end up getting lost all the time. It somewhat reminds me of the movie Inception. I'm not sure if I'm correct or not, but I believe for that movie they did a combination of London, New York, Chicago, and Paris. But while riding in London, it definitely feels like the Inception movie. Because none of the
Go
streets
throwing
are...
was hard. Is this just gonna be him talking, or are we gonna do some crazy fucking like racing like normal? It looks like it probably picks up. He's probably just doing a little intro.
Everything bent in and backwards. And calling a race Alley Cat in New York doesn't even make sense after riding in London, because the real alleys are in London.
Yeah, we crave death.
Streets that like where you barely fit on the bike and you feel like you're hitting a wall, but there's actually a turn or 3 turns. London's architecture is incredible, as obviously historically a lot of those things were built before modern day United States. So the combination.
Gotta go to class. Have a great rest of the stream. Yo, Boiled Peanuts,
old school
thanks for hanging.
Architecture.
Hope you have a good day at class.
And the new development is incredible.
See you next time.
The vibes are very peaceful. The homies from Fix Pirates crew.
Fix Pirates crew.
Always put on an incredible event.
Good.
Everyone is very welcoming. Definitely makes you feel good going to a city that is not yours, but it gets every time more familiar.
Yeah, we're spoiled from the last one.
Different regulations for e-bikes and overall electric vehicles. That's why it feels like in New York, it's way more crazy in this part. Where I don't know even what those things are here, but everyone.
So wait, I just thought about it. Is there a drone following him right now, or is the dude Terry B following him? And he has like a fucking gyro, whatever the fuck.
And probably 80% of New York commuters are on electric things. On your left, thank you. Shout out to Tijan and Honey Wheels.
On your left.
I've been riding those wheels, I believe, for about 4 years. Actively.
Yeah, got nothing on Shy's selfie stick. Yeah, the back of the head cam.
And we crossing the intersection.
Ooh, that bat. Hola. Very cool rider.
In a good sense. And we crossing the intersection. Hi, police. Hi, pedestrians. Hi, bicycle. Thank you.
Hi, bicycle.
Yeah, the World Messenger Championships coming up in
Messenger
Japan,
Championship.
Yokohama. Greetings to all the homies in Japan. Genki genki. Mainichi buri buri. If you know, you know.
Huh?
That's the one thing that I'm unfortunately not making to. Then we got the next in Mexico City, which I'm not sure if I'll make to or not. And towards end of the year, in December, Track or Die.
He said
Shorty
good
is
every
organizing
day
a race
booty
in Puerto
booty in
Rico.
Japanese. Wait,
I might be
is
over
good
there
good
for
is
some
booty
sun and
booty?
warm weather in cold December. So that's what's on schedule. Damn, what did they do with Lafayette here?
Damn.
More bike paths. More bike paths doesn't equal more security. Beep beep, beep beep, beep beep, beep beep. Walk like through in a park. Great.
Great.
You
All right.
whistle, people feel offended. You scream, people feel offended.
I mean, you're going like 1,000 miles an hour and you're screaming at somebody. It's kind of scary. It's not. I'm not offended when you run past me and you say fucking beep beep. It's
Bobby
fucking
Caldwell.
terrifying. Yo, what's up,
You tried
Nandre? Thank you for 3
everything,
months.
But you don't
How you doing?
give up. That's the mantra. Definitely the current mantra. R.I.P. to the most soulful white boy.
Thank you so much for 3 months. Hope you're doing well. Everybody go follow Nandre.
Beep beep, beep beep, beep beep. As we
A beep beep,
slowly
a beep beep,
proceed
a beep beep.
through the intersection.
Okay, it's kind of not as fun when they aren't directly in like a competition because we're just chilling. I want to see them like battle, you know? I just got excited because it's a new one.
But
I need them to like be in harm's way. You know what I'm saying? It's just really like not the same. I want blood. It's true. What's this? Oh my goodness. All right, I'm down. I'm down. Let me find a good one, and then we'll fucking play. We'll play right now. San Francisco hotline. It needs to be a race because that's when they like will crash into shit and like not stop for each other. What's that and stuff? It's like dangerous. I need one. I need one. Dun, 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 dun. What the heck? The only one that they have is a fucking hour and 40 minutes long? Bruh. I will rock with it for a little bit. See how violent it is.
30 seconds!
Alright. Speaking of blood. It is time. Blood will be spilled on the battlefield chessboard. Give me your best shot. I'm gonna fucking die. Yo. Yeah. Do I take the night? I feel like no. Dude, I need to start playing this game. It's every time Nandre comes in the chat, I'm like, damn. Oh shit, look at the skitch. The clutch skitch. Fuck it, we're taking it. We're taking it. It's probably a bad idea, but we're doing it. It's too small. Can I make this? Let's see. Then you can't see my game. Nandre will beat my ass soon enough. Don't you worry. Wait, is it my turn? Oh, it is. Oh my god. Wait, where did you move? Oh, okay. Yeah, dude. Do. Oh wait, that's fine. That's fine. Da. I need to work my other stuff up. Oh, I can't even do that now, can I? Oh wait, that's not even the king. I'm so stupid. Never seen these types of races as base as fuck. I mean, I don't know if I want to call it based, but it's definitely fucking tight. It's definitely interesting and fun to watch. Motherfuckers get actually hurt, and like, it is a very dangerous thing. They run into pedestrians. We've watched so many people get fucking just completely annihilated by fucking cars. Completely annihilated. Let's see. What if I did go like this? Tofu finds entertainment in human suffering. Don't we all, though? Don't we all? Fuck it, we'll do a little castle action. Where did you go? You went here? What did I have there? I don't remember. Bishop? Bishop. Fuck it, I'm doing it. I'm fucking doing it, dude. Ugh. Do 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 do. Hmm. Hmm.
No, I do want you, but making love.
What? Are they talking shit to each other? Hmm. Do 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 do. Hmm. Wait, no. Whatever, fuck. So fucking... This is what I'm saying. Look at these motherfuckers. They get little boosts, little power-ups by by skitching off the car and pushing themselves off. But a lot of the time when they do that, they lose balance. Like this motherfucker is losing here. Sheesh. Sheesh. Hmm. Don't let these guys find out about motorcycles. Meow. Wait, where'd you go? Oh. Free pawn. Whoa! Wait, what did I miss? Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Turn that down. Where did you go? Oh, duh. Oh wait. Oh fuck. Oh no. You baited me! You baited me, motherfucker. No! I fell into his trap. God damn it. The master baiter. Your best game yet? Thank you. What the fuck happened? The master baiter, Nandre. Fuck. I fell right into it, dude. What happened? Oh! 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 Oh, checkpoint. So every oh shit, they gotta go run up to a person at each checkpoint throughout the city, and there's little stickers that they have to get like a little check on, and then they run away. GG's though. I tried. I'm not getting better. That's a lie. You probably just let me play for that long. Okay? Listen, and I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate that. I thought Tofu was winning. What do you mean? Tofu did win. What do you mean?
Crush it, right?
GG though. Everybody go follow Andre. I may have given you a free queen. Yeah, listen. It's okay. It's alright. I know you went easy on me. I know. You know what, chat? This is an hour and fucking 40 minutes long. I wanted to see somebody get annihilated, and I don't know if I'm willing to wait an hour to see somebody get annihilated.
40 seconds, we take 7. Yeah.
So we might have to call it here soon, you know? We might actually call it here now. But it was a fun stream. I like this. I mean, it's super fucking entertaining. It's super fucking entertaining. However, it is 5 a.m. Are you going to Popping Gamer? No. What is that? I don't know what that is. What that is? Are you going to TwitchCon, right? We gotta link up. You don't know it? No. What's that? What's Popping Gamer? Come on, everyone knows Popping Gamer. What's O? What's poppin'? What's poppin', gamer? You're funny. You're silly. I was like, I don't get it. Something's happening. I don't know. Something's happening. I'm uncomfortable. That's funny. All right, chat. Listen. It's been a good stream. I've had a lot of fun. I hope you enjoyed your stay because I enjoyed your company. But all good things must come to an end, and we must take this party elsewhere. Where, though, is the question. Where shall we take this party? Who should we raid? I raided Nandre the other day just to see our beautiful boy catching some Z's. I was confused. I was like, wait, where's Nandre? Oh, there's Nandre. That was funny. Where should we go tonight, though? Let's go hang out with Left Flank Vets. Get a little brain rot C-SPAN in the morning. Why not? Chat, spam these emotes. And more importantly, spam those good vibes over there in Left Flank Vets chat. Thanks for hanging out with me. I appreciate you. Thanks for all the support today. Thanks for all the gifties. Thanks for all the biddies, the donos. Really appreciate it. We didn't quite hit the sub goal today. Any last minute gifters? Mod check. Pausers. Either way, appreciate you guys. Come hang out with me again tomorrow. I'll be back again, aka later today. More news, more politics, more other stuff. Maybe gaming. Who knows? 9 p.m. PST to 4 a.m. PST-ish. Come hang. See you guys. Night, everyone. Remember to stay hydrated. Drink some water. Remember to take your meds. Remember to be nice to people. Remember to be nice to yourself. Don't be a dick. But also don't be a pussy. Night, everyone. Sweet dreams.
Helped him recover and helped out, you know, with fucking Hunter and Bo and all that type of shit, whatever the fuck, right? But you, the most powerful man in the fucking planet, will not afford the things that you can afford to these people.
Then
right?
they get dumps. They call them dumps.
What's
Big,
up?
massive dumps.
What's up, Tofu Ghost? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Good morning. We're doing bingo. It is enraging right now, right?